This is Meri at the Meri Atelier, or Atelier, and this is Sunday, April 3rd, and I'm ready to do some art. Welcome to my desk. Welcome to my desk. Yeah. All right, let me get situated here. Happy end of the weekend to you. Let's see. Let me get out here on my tablet and follow folks who might be coming in. It's been a quiet Sunday here. And let me set live chat on and fix my quality. They always started at 144 or 480. Let me put it up to 720 is the highest my camera will go. Okay, welcome to my desk. I have several things I still want to do left over from last Friday night, and one of them is working on the Bits and Bops folder. Hi, Julie. Welcome. Happy Sunday to you. Hi, Angie. Welcome, welcome. I'm wearing the bracelet that Sharon Lombard gifted me. Thank you, Sharon. And let's light the holly candle. Holly Dalton gave me this candle. Bless her heart. She's passed away now, but I always like to light it and think of her. So, without further ado, one of the things, let me reach over here and turn my other light on. I noticed that the light reflects over on this side, right in here where my pop can is, right? Yeah, let's put these foxes over here. These are ATCs that I'm finishing up to be mailed out. I'm almost done with them. I kind of got sidetracked. Hi, Natalia. Before many people come on, I want to thank you for your talent and kindness. I have to go home. You have to go home? Are you going back to the Ukraine, Natalia? You have to go home. Oh, Natalia. I hope everything is okay. Hi, Becky. Becky says, be safe. Oh, you're very welcome, Angie. You're going back to Ukraine. Natalia, I don't know what's going on in your personal life, but let me tell you, we send you with good wishes and many prayers. I hope you have safe travels, and I just, man, if you can at all contact us when you get back, do that. And we just want you to be safe, and we want you to be well and happy, and oh my goodness, I don't know what else to say except for we certainly enjoyed the times that you come in here. My family and home. No. My family and home did not make it. I'm needed there, and I will. Oh, Natalia. My prayers just go with you, and I'm sure all of us do. I cannot imagine facing what you're facing. I cannot imagine it. My heart goes out to you. And yeah, Becky is sending her hugs, and you know, all of us in the art community do. Natalia, I don't know your faith. I don't know your faith, but I know my faith. And if you don't mind, I'd like to just say a little prayer right now over you and for the things you're going to face. Father God, we just pray for Natalia. We know, Lord, that you control all situations, and we don't understand so much of what's happening down here. We have so little control over the world's events that affect each and every one of us and affect our friends and our families. Father, I just pray. I pray with all my heart and soul that you would be with Natalia as she travels. If she's needed at home, Lord, I pray that you would use her in very special ways, that you would just put your arm of protection around her. Lord, we pray that this horrible war going over there would end. It's causing too much pain and suffering, Father. And we just trust everything into your hands, and we know that you're God, and that no matter what, you still hold the world in your hands. And as your children, we just trust you to lead and to guide. Put your arm of blessing around Natalia, not only for this time, but for the rest of her life. And if she can at all get back in touch with us when she reaches home, Father, I pray that she would. Keep her safe. Help her find her way. Help her find her journey. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. I hope that did not offend anybody out there. It was not meant to be an offense. It was meant to be a blessing and a prayer. My heart just hurts when I read this. My heart just hurts. Hi, Nashwa. Barbara Clark says, Natalia, safe journey. Journey Stoneman says, Natalia, prayers, love and hugs. Natalia, know that you have friends here. You have friends here in the United States. When you get back there to the Ukraine, know that we're thinking of you, that we're praying for you. And if you can at all have any type of internet access, I pray that you get back in touch with us and let us know what's going on in your life. Because we care. We care. There's so little that we can do here, but we can tell you that we care and we mean it. Thank you, Sharon. Oh. Natalia says, thank you now, and you can move on and do your talents. Thank you, everyone. I will try to reach out again. Goodbye, everyone. Natalia, I just got to hear from you in a week or so. Are you done? Have you left? Tell us when you're leaving and when you expect to be over there. I'm drinking the rest of my diet squirt. I had popcorn for a snack this afternoon, and I had a pop with it. Natalia, know that our hearts and prayers go with you. Amen. You leave in the morning. Okay. So I imagine it's like a 12-hour flight, 12-hour flight or something. Just know that I personally will be praying for you all tonight and tomorrow, all tomorrow. I pray for a safe journey. And not only that, we'll be thinking of you after you get over there. Natalia, let me read her statement up above for those of you who just came in and may not realize what we're talking about. She said, Natalia's from the Ukraine. She says, my family and home did not make it. I'm needed there, and I will, and I think she's saying go. It just breaks my heart. you were saved for a very special purpose, Natalia. I don't know what it was, but I know you were. I just know you were. If only if it was to come in here and to meet us, so that we would know that this is just not, this is affecting people all around the world. Journey says very safe travels. Yeah, and Becky says we will be thinking of you. I don't know how to continue doing my art after that. Take a breath. I want to welcome everybody who's come in. I don't know if I have anything current about the Ukraine right at my fingertips. There might be something in the newspapers, but I'd have to go dig it out. I would like to do a Ukrainian piece for Natalia. Let's just do that. Maybe that's a way to release that. And it'll be very simple. It'll be a very simple piece. And I think I'll do it right here in my journal. I have my journal out here. Let's just, you know, I have no way of getting it to her except for to do it in my journal online. Let me adjust my camera a little here. Let's see. Angie says, Meri, let her see what you're going to do before she goes. She'll have something to remember you by. Well, I'm going to work in my journal. And so what I think I'm going to do is a very simple piece. I started working on, let's go over to this page. I'm going to do it in blue and yellow. And I think I will just, I will just write Natalia on it. Our art buddy from Ukraine. And just, well, we'll see where it goes. Let's see. And I don't know the exact blues and yellows of Ukraine, except for what I've seen on social media. But I'm going to use blue and yellow. This is just my way of coping with some unexpected news. And you know, I was going to get fresh towels out, and I was going to get fresh water. Let's see, I can use water out of my watercolor instead of my paint water is very messy, but I got a jar of clean watercolor. And let me look here for my paper towels. Well, doggone it. Natalia, are you still here? Have you let Popo know? I know you and Susan, Popo has helped you a lot. I'm sure you would probably talk to her and let her know that you're going to be traveling tomorrow. I'm sure she is well aware of it. But there was a reason that you were over here and that you found all of us. There's a reason. We don't know what it is. We may never. I'm looking for some paper towels. I had a whole stack of them here. I don't know what happened to them. What's this? Here. All right. This piece that I'm going to do now is just going to be a journal page to dedicate to Natalia and to Ukraine, and to kind of document our support. Now, I think the blue is on the bottom. Am I right? See, I know so little about, let me go look at make sure I'm doing this right. Oh, the blue is on the top. Let me look at the images here. I want to make sure I'm doing the Ukrainian flag correctly. The blue is on the top. Okay. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to make this pretty simple, because why do we want to mess up what they've done? I mean, really. And I'm going to take this piece of paper and put under here. I just know there's a lot of in our online community that you have met, such as Popo, and when you've come in here, Natalia, let me get back to my chat. Like her icon. Oh, what a great idea. Let me go out to her icon. Let me go to her channel. Well, it just separates it there. Hold it. Let me see if I can. Does that have, I can't see it on my, does that have Ukraine written in here, or Natalia? Can you guys tell? I can't tell on my tablet on her icon. I can see on her icon. Becky, that is a great idea. It has a line here, blue there, yellow there. I think it has Ukraine written across here on her icon. But I would like to put Natalia. Maybe I'll put Natalia down here to just commemorate our contact with Natalia. And let's do it. Let me take this paper out and do it this way to get a nice straight line. It may not be perfect, but there we go. Now we'll kind of let that dry, and I'm going to do the yellow below it. Let me hit this with the heat gun. Hi, Rhonda. Hi, Dixie Doodles. We are doing a page in my art journal to dedicate it to Natalia, who's just been in our art group, our art chat, just a couple times here, but she is from the Ukraine. Oh, my heat gun needs to be plugged in. I forgot I unplugged it. Hold on. Let me just pull my cord over to the front here, if and I can. I guess I'm just not totally settled here yet. Why is it not going on? Hold the phone. There's something going on with it. Hold on. You guys may see my shoulder as I figure out what's going on with this. It's not completely plugged in. I pulled it out. I jerked on it. Now I can't find the plug in. Let me pull it. Let me pull it around. Hold on. I'll plug it in front of me. I keep unplugging this thing. Welcome to everybody who's coming in. I hope that you've had a good weekend. Sorry about my shoulder. I hope that's all you saw. Oh dear. You know, I cannot imagine what those people over there are going through. And when I say those people, I mean it with utmost respect. To have your home, to somebody walk in and destroy your home and your family. Well, it went on. Where's it at? Probably dry by the time I get to it. Heat gun alert! Rhonda, Natalia says it's hashtag Ukraine. Oh, thank you, Rhonda. And Becky put hashtag stand with Ukraine. But I also want to put hashtag Natalia on here. I want this page to be dedicated to Natalia too. Hashtag stand with Ukraine. And hashtag Ukraine. UKRAINE. Okay, hold on. Or I'm going to have a craft-a-lunch here. Hi, Melissa. Color with Melissa. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you join us. Let's see. Let's put this right here. And, of course, I've got the candle and paint and everything else in the way. Because I was not planning on this. All right. And I don't know if I have exactly the right colors, but I have a blue and a yellow, and I think that says it all. Okay. So, I might want this down. I could use a little painter's tape on that, but I think if I just pull this down a little like that, maybe put that on top. No, that's not heavy enough. Put that on top of it. Okay. Of course, I took my painter's tape out in the other room. I was working on projects out there. I don't think I have any in here. I'm a-digging. I don't see any there. Well, I think I'll be okay if I just hold on to it. Okay, let's get on with this. Melissa, I am making... if you scroll up, you'll read where our friend Natalia, who is from the Ukraine, she's been here a few weeks. She had a host family, but she received news that, and I'm going to say this in her words, that her family did not make it and she's needed at home. So she's going back home. So I've been meaning to do a Ukrainian piece anyway. This is just the perfect incentive to get it done. So this is Ukrainian flag colors, and we're going to put what's on her icon up above. And Rhonda says that Natalia said that it says hashtag Ukraine, and Becky has suggested doing the icon on here, looking at the icon to do this. So we are doing this page to dedicate to Natalia, our art friend Natalia, in my art journal. So this is just kind of a spontaneous piece. But let me tell you, every time I look at this, I will think of Natalia, and I'll think of the Ukrainian people. And we just have to take a minute and commemorate those brave people. They are facing an army much stronger than theirs. And for them to stand up for their freedom and their liberty like they are doing, it just takes my breath away. But that doesn't matter. What matters is they're standing up for their freedom and their liberty. And I think, how do I say that? If you look at history, you will see that people who stand up to tyrants, and they suffer a lot, but in the end, and look at our country, that's why you and I can sit here at our desks and do our art without fear of our home, somebody breaking into our home. Well, I can drive down the highway in my car and not have to worry too much about, I have the freedom to go where I want to go. I have the freedom to go in whatever store I want. I have relative freedom to make my own choices. And as it stands today, we still have freedom of speech. We have freedom of religion. What are there 4 freedoms? Speech, religion, is it prayer? And what's the 4th freedom? Somebody help me. I forgot. Hi, Marjorie. Welcome. Yeah, we are so impressed by those brave people. And more than that, we want this silly conflict, this war to end, because it's just, it's not good. And we want it to end good. People like Natalia's family are getting hurt. Assembly, freedom of assembly. Thank you, Barbara. Freedom of assembly. How important that is. You and I have the freedom to meet online. If we were physical, if we wanted to meet across the room across town, let's just say we have a freedom to go to our town meetings. We have a freedom to go to our school board meetings. We have that freedom. We have freedom of prayer. We have freedom of religion, which may go with prayer. Am I missing one, Barb? I said prayer and religion seem to me like they go together. Assembly, freedom of speech, press. Thank you, Becky. Freedom of press. Of course, freedom of press. And it's my prayer. Freedom of speech, press, petition, assembly, and religion. Thank you so much. 5 freedoms. 5 freedoms. And this is what I wish for Ukraine. And I think I'll put that over here. Maybe in red, white, and blue. Because that's what I want. Our freedoms. I want them to have our freedoms. That's just my own personal. As I know what they are, but I forgot them. And this is a good review. Meri forgot her history. How could you do that, Meri? I don't know. And I'm going to paint this. I think what I'm going to do is a flag. And don't we have 7 red stripes and 6 white ones on our flag? I'm learning more on the spot here than I'm showing my ignorance. I'm just speaking from memory. Let me look it up. 13 equal horizontal stripes of red and white with a blue. See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I remembered it right. So let me do that. I'm going to put blue in here, and I'm going to use my paper again here. So I'm just going to do, this is paper, this page is going to come together. Let's see. Let's just do, and I need another paper. I didn't plan this, you guys. This is coming together on the spot. I'm just going to hold this here, and I'm going to get that blue out again, get my blue brush. I don't like a wet brush. And this symbolizes us over in the United States, our art groups, standing with the artists such as Natalia over in the Ukraine. That's what this is symbolizing in my little mind. And this probably could be a larger blue field. It could probably be darker, but this is what it is. All right. And let's take this off. Whoops. Well, I'll paint. Well, let me straighten that out. I don't like a wet brush. Put a little more paint on here. And of course, this is going to be a odd-shaped American flag, but it doesn't have to be perfect in my journal. Let me go back to chat. I'm on my web page. Hold on. The stripes represent the original 13 colonies, and the stars represent the 50 states of the Union. All right. I need one of those rulers that I got at the thrift store the other day. What did I do with them? I have 5 or 6 of them. Let's just grab a ruler. Here, let's see if I can get 13. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Figure out how I'm going to do this. Now, 2.6. So about 2.5. should give me 13 of them. Approximately. There might be a little left over. And did I count that? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I think I counted that. $30, $31, $32, $33, $34. I counted that top one as 1. So I need to go 1. I'm going to go from the bottom. 2.5. So there's a half. And this won't be perfect. This will just be, let me mark here. 1, 2, 3. This will just be representative. 3. This is 4. Hopefully I did this right. 5, 6. Seven. I need to get 5 more. And this one will be a little big. So I'm going to make this one a little bigger. Let's make this one come with the blue. Hold on, I'm figuring out things here. That makes sense. So this is, let's make this one a little wider. So this one's 8. I think I can get 5 out of this. Nine, 10, 11, 12, 13. 9. 10. And like I said, this will not be perfect. So don't expect it to be perfect. This is just me. This is just me on the fly. All right. So now we want red and white. And I have white in my hands, but, well, maybe I'll use that. And I think I'll get a clean brush. I got a new white. Let's shake it up a little. I think I got this at the store the other day, and I didn't put it away. When I went to Walmart the other day. Somebody said Walmart was going to discontinue apple barrel paint or the craft section, and I haven't seen that happen in my store yet. I hope it doesn't. Let me reach over here and get a clean brush. Let me look at chat. Let Meri look at chat, see, welcome folks in. About 2.5 for each stripe. That's about what I did, Becky. Well, not quite two, not 2.5 inches, 2.5 marks. These are sectioned off, 2.5 sections on this page. We were thinking the same thing, Becky. Let me open this up. This is new paint. I should fill my fine liner while I have it out, but I'm not going to fool with that right now. Let's paint off of this. And I think the top one is red. Let me make sure. Yeah, the top one's red. Welcome to everybody who's coming in. So, I'm just going to kind of hand do this. Let's see, this one needs to be a little wider. And we'll just do it this way. And hopefully I won't mess it up. Let me get this out of my hand. And I think I'll put in here, I think I'll put hashtag stand you with Ukraine on our American one, on our American flag. Instead of the stars, we'll put hashtag stand with Ukraine. That's how it'll be. Meri says. All right. I have to concentrate what I'm doing here. And this paint is relatively thin. So I'll probably have to give this another coat. And I don't know if Natalia is still here, but the reason we're doing this is because Natalia has been in our art groups recently, and she is from the Ukraine, and she's been really pleasant to visit with. And I was hoping that we could get some art supplies to her. But she found out that her family over there did not, in her words, did not make it. And she needs to go back home to do what she can there. She said she's needed back at home. So we're sending her off with our hearts and our prayers, our good wishes, whatever faith you are. If you have a faith, if you don't have a faith, just send her some good thoughts. I'm sure she would appreciate them. And I personally am hoping that she gets back in touch with us and lets us know how she is. Now, the other person in our art group from the Ukraine, and many of you know Victor, Mr. Victor Crafter, we've been following his channel too, and he's been posting how he is, and so far he's been okay, but it's getting closer to the city where he lives. I haven't seen his most recent post, but we are keeping him and actually all the people in Ukraine. There are a lot of families that are fleeing over into Poland and, you know, who need our support. All right, let me get out the red. I don't want to use tomato red. Shall we use red apple? And I'm going to put it in this container. This container is clean, it's just stained. I guess you could call it not clean, but let's see. Before I do that, let me put my brush up there. I should probably give this a quick dry. Welcome to everybody. Hi, Nina. Sherry Van. Riri. Hi, Riri. Angie says, okay, back. Angie, Keisha did not go online this morning, did she? I mean, today. Did she? Is she on now? I don't even know. I checked earlier this morning and she wasn't on, so I just figured she wasn't going to stream today. She might be streaming this evening and I might have missed it. I was there yesterday and then my phone started lagging and I just got discouraged and gave up and said I'd be back later at night, and I was, but man, I got tired. Now, how am I going to do this? I'm not going to worry about it. We'll just paint wavy lines. These won't all be the same size, but they'll be representing America. They'll be representing us. She may be resting. Yeah. I got tired last night. I just could not. I could hardly keep my eyes open. I just said, enough, Meri, go to bed. You're not making much sense in here. Yeah. Poor Keisha. I think I confused her a couple of times. But I was thankful to get that embroidery floss. And she changed my name from Meri Alt to Meri Art. And I left a comment on the video and said, I love my new name. She has to practice saying it. She has to practice saying, this looks like a tattered flag. Looks like it's been through some battles, doesn't it? Maybe it has been through some battles. We'll come back and work on it a little. I wish I had my masking tape here, but I don't want to, or my painter's tape. Journey gifted me painter's tape, and I take it here and I take it there, and I've used a lot of it. And what I know that I have out is out by my living room chair, and I don't want recliner, and I don't want to make the trip in there to go get it. And this won't be perfect, but you know, I'm not looking for perfection. Look what I did here. I keep a pen in my sleeve. You may not seen that. Oh, I'm going to have to do that white over. Okay, let's dry that. What did Mina say? Tattered or not, it flies proudly. Yes, it does, Mina. What Mina said. It flies proudly. And that's what we wish. Our 5 freedoms, Becky and Barb helped me. Becky and Barb helped me remember them above. Our 5 freedoms we wish for the people in Ukraine. Not only do we wish for it, we pray for it. And, you know, I wish, how do I say, I have to trust, because we are just citizens here. I'm just a citizen of the state of Nebraska. I'm just a little old 70-year-old lady sitting at my desk in a small town that nobody really pays much attention to me. But I have to trust, personally, I have to trust that our leaders, even if they're not who I would have voted for, I have to trust that they're there by my teaching what I grew up, and I'm not preaching to you, I'm just saying you what I've learned is our leaders are there because God wants them there. We think we elect, and we do, but somehow they're there, and the good Lord did not stop them from being there, and he wants them there for a reason. And so I feel like it's my responsibility to support whoever is president at the time. And at least if they don't believe in the same things I do, at least not dirty mouth them. And I'm just, well, my point is, I'm praying that they make the right decision. And I'm not talking about just the president. I'm talking about our senators and our representatives in Congress of each state. You know, I don't believe personally, you know, now I might sit here and talk to my family about what I believe politically, but I'm not going to get online and dirty mouth any president of the United States or dirty mouth any senator. It's a hard position to be in, you know, and not all of them are on both sides of the party are perfect. And we, you know, they're held to a pretty high standard, as they should be. But me being a 70-year-old lady here in Nebraska, my responsibility is to pray for my country and to pray for my leaders that they would make right decisions. And that's what I'm getting at here with their support of Ukraine. Ha! Meri's preaching. Shame on you, Meri. Quit your preaching. This is an art channel. Now, I'm just trying to express my thoughts. Now, that doesn't mean I'm a pretty conservative person, but that doesn't mean that I don't support some. I'm really an independent. I'm not a member of the Republican Party. I'm not a member of the Democrat Party. In Nebraska, they used to have independent party, but they got rid of that for some reason. Don't ask me why. Yeah, Riri is saying it better. She says, we pray for our leaders, all of them, no matter where they are politically. We are Americans, and that's what Americans do. Every prayer, every voice matters. Thank you. And we want, you know, how am I going to say? If you look back in history, you will see there were a lot of different, viewpoints politically, even among the people. Not everybody supported the Revolutionary War. there are a lot of people who supported Great Britain during the Revolutionary War. I think they were called Loyalists, if I remember right. You might want to fact check my my conversation here. I'm going to leave it just like this. It's not perfect. The lines could be a lot cleaner, but I didn't come here to be perfect. All right, so what I want to do here is put, I don't think these are the right size either, but I could put stand, let's see, hashtag stand, we didn't write here, WITHUKRAIN. I think I can get it if I squeeze these together, but I'd like to do it in white. And I don't know. I don't have white ink. You know what? I think I'm going to go to my fine liner, because that's what I do. I do the fine liner, and this is my art journal. Let's make sure I got it going here. On here, yeah. So we're going to put hashtag Ukraine, like Natalia says. Natalia's logo. UKRAINE. I can make them a little bit larger. UKRAI. My eye can be slender. I think I'll have enough room. I wish this were littler. One, two, three, four. Oh, it only goes to 30. Starts over again. Doggone it. Wait. Here. I have to read this. Starts with 5. It starts with 5 and it goes to 21 to 23. So 5 from 23 is 18. UKRAINE. 7 will go into 18. About 2 and let's see. U. U. Let's move it to 10. 10, 18. I was right there. So let me use my calculator. Hold it, Mary's thinking again. 18 divided by 2.5 again, about a little over 2.5. So 1, 2.5. Now let's try it. I could be messing this up, but we'll see how it goes. U, and I got to leave a little space for in between the letters. K. R. A. I'm going to have plenty of room. I. And I'm getting bigger and bigger here. Let's bring these up a little more. And get my ruler out of the way. It'll be a little shaky and handmade. And you know what? I want to put a star in here just for maybe the star of liberty, the star of freedom, that they're fighting for their own freedom. They want to live their lives as a free country. There. Now let's see if I can't do this a little better here. It's not perfect, but I'm not looking for perfection. All right. Did I spell Ukraine right? Is that Joyce? Hi, Joyce. I saw you come in after I was reviewing my chat, and I saw you, and I said, oh, I missed Joyce. Joyce comes in, and I feel a little bit of joy every time Joyce comes in. Now, I think down here, but I'll do that last. I'm going to put hashtag Stand with Ukraine down here. In here, I'm going to put somewhere in here. We got 7, so starting here. And let me look at those 5 freedoms again, that because I can't remember. Nancy, Hudson Sailor Nancy. Hi, Hudson Sailor. Welcome, welcome. Who else have I missed? Is Carol okay? Carol, Mary, she was on Friday and Saturday. Oh, okay. Sorry. Who was she asking about? Carol canceled this morning. Oh, Carol has been, as far as I know, I was in her stream yesterday morning, and she's fighting allergies, spring allergies and everything. So if there's anything going on, it's probably allergy related. Angie said, Mary, I went to bed at 10 and I didn't get up till 10:30 this morning. Let's see, who have I missed? Nina, Riri, Dixie. Hi, Dixie. Journey, Hudson Sailor, Brenda D. Hi, Brenda. Good morning. Good morning. Good evening, Riri. I think I've pretty much welcomed everybody. Oh, JL. Hi, JL. Blue on the American flag should be 2 stripes lower. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're right. All right. Well, we can change that. JL, thank you for pointing that out. I can fix that. It's not a true shape of American flag. I really have made it to fit my page, but she does make a good point here. Let's, oops, that's the wrong color. Hold on. And doggone it, where are all my, I had a whole stack of towels. Where did they run off to? When you need them, they're not here. When you don't want them, they're staring at your face. Now I'm going to use this one. That's the wrong color blue. Put it in the trash. And let's get out a darker blue. That blue is really not the right color. The blue should be a darker blue. Aha! I found my towels. What's the remaining of them? Let's see. Let me get a darker blue. We need a darker blue. That will cover up the... Oh. Deep midnight blue, English navy. We'll use an English navy, I think. The blue, I think, is okay here. I think our blue needs to be darker. Let me shake this up a little. I grabbed the one I was using for the fox. Let me put Penelope out of the way. And let me entertain you. Oops, wrong movie star. All right, now what did I do with my blue? I think this will work. Now let's shake this up. I wanted to get to the 4 freedoms, the 5 freedoms. Do 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 do. Well, that was way up there. Becky had to go get the tub in the truck. Stripes represent the original 13 colonies. I think I need to go up a little bit more. Sorry, had to help Scott pull the tub out since Greg left. Oh, Becky and Scott are redoing their bathroom. Well, and I think they're doing most of the work. Most of the hard work. 2 stripes lower. All right. Not perfect, Mary. Not perfect at all. Might have to give this another coat. This certainly, our flag is longer than this, but I'm just doing what I can get on my page. All right, let's see. I was hunting for the freedoms. Do, 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 do. Barbara at Chicken Pot Pie Society. Hi, Barbara. I don't think I welcomed you. She says, I firmly believe, like you, Mary, that there's a reason God brought Natalia into our hearts. Yes. There's a reason that she's here or was here. Even if it's to make us aware of what's going on over there. Let me dry that. I'll have to give that another coat. That red may be darker, but hopefully another coat will help it. It says what it says. Angie says, Natalia, I'm glad to have met you. You will be in my heart. Just remember, you have craft friends here. Yeah, Angie says it. Angie says it. We're friends in art. We're friends of the art. All right, hold on. Let's see. What do I want to do here? I want more blue. More blue down in here. Give this another coat. Oops. A big thick coat. And I can tell you this, any sixth grader could do better than me on this. But my intention is not to compete with any sixth grader. All right, we'll just leave that really thick on the page. And I got all this. And you know what I've been doing? I was working on my foxes this morning. And I had leftover paint, and I'm going to quit throwing my leftover paint in the trash can. And so I got out my inspired journal, and I scribbled paint in here somewhere. On one of these pages, I scribbled paint. Well, we're just going to scribble some more. Let's just scribble on here. I think that's pretty dry. Get this off of here. The trouble with this journal is that it's open. It's an open journal, and it wants to close up on itself real fast. That's got the majority of it off. And let's take this clip, which was probably on the painted page that I did this morning. And let's just put it in here, if I can get it there. Get in there. We'll just put it there I don't care if a little bit goes back on there, but I don't want the book to close entirely. Let me put it back behind me. Maybe put something on top of it and keep it from closing. There. Okay. Now, I'm looking for those 5 freedoms. Paint a big yellow sunflower. For Ukraine? Sunflowers for Ukraine? What am I missing? Where did they tell me what the 5 freedoms were? I'm looking. Both Barbara Clock. I wish I had an online search here, but it also lets me see who's come in. Here they are. Let me write these down so I can move on. Where am I going to write them down now? They are freedom of speech. I should know them by heart, but I don't. I don't remember them. Speech, press, petition, press. I had religion, but I think religion comes under assembly. Assembly, religion. Speech, press, petition. Oh, petition. assembly and religion. It is its own. And religion. All right. That'll help. So now what I want to do is let that dry. Let me go back down to the bottom of chat here. Angie says, I'm about to glue my so-called brother's mouth closed. What did Tim, would Tim come in here? Hi, Mary Lou, Auntie Loopy. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Johnny. Junk Journal Shop. Johnny Junk Journal Shop is going to be a grandmother very soon. She and... Is it your husband, Johnny? I don't know your family situation that very well. They're looking forward to going and visiting 10 days, I think. Johnny's in there. Mary! Johnny, I'm just, you know, I'm just me. I put my foot in the mouth all the time. Mary Lou is here. Johnny Junk Journal Shop. Joyce Boring. Welcome, everybody. She didn't feel like cooking. Yep, grandbaby. Oh, a grandbaby. Okay. Number 3. Number 3. Oh, Mary, you can get a splitter for your phone. Oh, you can? Nancy, really? You can get a splitter for your phone so you can listen to the headphones and charge the phone at the same time? Really? Oh, thank you. I'm going to get one. I tell you, if there's one thing that annoys me about my new phone is they only have one port on there. So I either have to charge my phone or listen to my earbuds. And I know about wireless, but I don't like wireless. On Amazon, you have one for your phone. Oh, thank you. I will look. I will look, Nancy. Oh, thank you so much. Johnny, are they naming her? Number 3, let me tell you. Johnny did a live stream. It wasn't yesterday. It was the day before yesterday, wasn't it? I get my days mixed up. I think it was Saturday. Oh, you guys, go look at her most recent. She'll say sale of library cards, but psst, she shows us these library box she's making. She now I'm promoting them, but she doesn't know yet what their price is going to be and all of that. She's waiting for some tools. And she just got a new puppy. Nora with two O's, or is that a typo? Nora is the new baby. May confuse her with the new puppy name of I'm pronouncing it wrong. Naia. Naia? Oh, I'm horrible with pronouncing names. Yeah, Johnny showed us these library boxes that she's making. I'm saving my pennies again, Johnny. Thank you, Rhonda, for putting in a link. And there, Becky gave me all the 5 religions. Thank you. I mean, the 5 freedoms. I was reading religion: speech, religion, press, assembly, and the right to petition the government. We have kind of locally here not in our town, but in the town where my brother and I go shopping, there's an older overpass, viaduct, do you call them viaduct? An overpass, and the city, which I'm not a member of the city, but we read about it in the paper. And the city wants to tear it down. Well, the citizens in that area, there's a citizen group who do not want to tear it down. And so they gathered a petition to I guess it was a referendum or something about a referendum and a petition to stop. They have to have like over 3,000 signatures, and they got them all. And now the city it's a big old conflict. But yet my point is that citizen group has a right to say, we don't want it torn down yet. You know, it's in our area of town. We don't want you to tear it down. This particular group. All right, so now I think I'm going to write these freedoms in here. And I think I'm going to start with the smallest one, which would be press. Probably religion, speech, assembly, not religion. Press, petition, speech, probably speech next. All right, just let me write them. It's not going to be perfect. Press. Press, speech, and you guys, I only want to go until 10 o'clock tonight. I'm trying to limit my hours. I get tired, and then I get grumpy. Press, speech. I think I'll put petition here. And don't forget, tomorrow morning, I hope to make it tomorrow. I've been missing the last week. Last week was a spring break for me. PITIO. At 9 o'clock, Janet Nash comes on, and at 8:30, our Dee Dee comes on, Dee Dee Willingham. Assembly and religion. And there'll be some blank in here, but so be it. Assembly. And then I think I'm going to put, this isn't, well, let's do the religion down here. Religion. And then I think I'm going to put liberty, maybe in smaller letters, liberty. And freedom. Because that's kind of what we're about here in the States. If I can remember them. I have to have a little history lesson online. Freedom. And then down here, on the very bottom, I'm going to put hashtag stand with Ukraine. STAND. See if I can't keep it a little even. WITH. And I'm doing this on the fly, so I'm not doing it perfectly. UK R A I I'm getting way up to the top here, N, E. And let's do a star here. And let's do a star in between here, just little ones. Imperfect stars. Whoops. They are imperfect. And you guys, I did not plan on doing this tonight, but sometimes when things happen spontaneously, they're supposed to happen like this. There. Now, ooh, I put so much on there, it's flopping off of my hand. Now, down here, I want to, let's see, I don't think I'll use my, let's put this away. Well, I want it for up there. Over here, I'm going to use my shall we put, what shall we put? Hashtag Natalia. Natalia was in here earlier. She leaves tomorrow morning. Let me go way up to the top. I want to make sure I'm spelling her name right. Natalia. That's when I put hashtag Natalia, just so that we remember her. I'll remember every time I look at this. N A I'm looking for her name. I don't want to spell it wrong. T A L I A L I A. And in here, I'm going to kind of turn this because I don't want to put my hands in the paint. And move it up a little, and I won't get 50 stars on there, will I? 5 times, let me go look at the flag. Yeah, let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so we have 6 going across this way, and 5. We have 6 rows of 6, 5 rows of 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. So bear with Meri. She's not perfect. 1. 2. 3. 'That one's got a little bigger for, they're not perfect by any means. but I'm not perfect. 5. And let's squeeze one on there for 6. We'll do better on the next row. All right, then in between there, we have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we have to put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 1, 2. And you know what? When you turn this around, the legs will be on top. I should do them like this. We'll start doing them like this. The bottom stars will be upside down. Because Mary's world is upside down. Because I got the book upside down. I'll probably have to go back and fix it. I caught it though. Hard to draw an upside down star. 4. Let's see, it goes across this way. It has 2 legs that way. Has 2 arms. And 2 legs out this way. If I wouldn't have said anything, you guys wouldn't have noticed, would have you? JL would have. All right, and I'm going to have more. Let's see. 2. Whoops, I'm doing it wrong again. All right, 2, and then a leg here, a leg here. Arms and a head. I should probably just turn it around. Okay, this is number 3. Harry, a second grader can do better than you. So let him do it. I'm just playing. 4. See, I talk to myself. My inner critic is saying, this is horrible. Tell your inner critic to shut up. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I need another one here. 5. And he barely's getting on there. But he's going to get on there. All stars belong. All right. So now I need one in here. And one in here. And one here. This is one of those, oops, if it were a stamp, it would become a rare stamp because it would have a mistake on it. And 50 years from now, it'd be worth $2 million. 1, 2, 3. Oops, I got to make these a little smaller, or I'm not going to get them all on there. That is the state of Rhode Island. Sorry, Rhode Island. One, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm not getting them all on here. I drop? A fox fell on the floor. How did he get there? These stars are upside down. I gotta repaint them. I think I can dry that a little. Sorry guys, let me do my stars and then I'll come out and chat. My R isn't good there. I got too much on my desk. Too much going here. Put my hand in it. I have more control now that I see what I'm doing. One, two, three. Four. Meri, your stars are upside down on the bottom row. Meri, they're not gonna all fit. You've only got 3. We'll squeeze them on there. Yeah, they're just little stars. Natalia's going, man, I'm sure glad she's not doing the Ukrainian flag. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2. 3. How does that go? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I messed up here. The stars are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. That's okay. If I get them all on there, that's all I care about. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1. 2, 3. 4. These are scribble stars. 5. Don't you have a star stamp, Meri? Yeah, I probably do someplace. 1, see, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's right. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's right. I had to squeeze them, but I think I got them all on there. Not too bad. So 1 row of 6, row of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 5. 1, 2, 3. Did I miss a row? 1, 2, 3. I think I missed a row. 6. I think I missed a row. 6, 5, 6. 5, 6, 5, 6. I'm going to leave it like that. It's not perfect. I think I missed a row in there. There's enough stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, I'm missing a row of 6s. Let's just put them in here. We'll just squeeze them in wherever they fit. 1, 2, 3. Where am I going to put the other one? 4. They're all laughing at me. That's okay. It's not perfect, but then neither am I. 5, and we're going to squeeze another star right here, I think. There, and I'm going to leave those stars upside down just because that's what Meri does. All right. Oh, and then I was going to put, let's see. I think I'll just put USA here. USA. I'd have to study those and do those much better, but I got enough stars on there, in there somewhere. The Ukraine side is okay. Let's see what you guys are saying out there. I haven't been watching chat. Let me go down to the bottom. Hi, Allie. Hi, Chris. Mary, it's a thought that counts. Yeah, I was thinking stars. You know, you look at it generally, if you studied it, you would know how imperfect this is. But if you look at it, your first impression is American flag, right? So, and if you look at this, you think of Ukrainian flag. So this page layout, to summarize all of this, I'm going to leave it just like this. I'm going to call it done. But to summarize, for those of you who just came in, earlier our Ukrainian friend Natalia came in and let us know, Natalia, let us know that, and I'm going to use her words, it sounds sad, but she said her family did not make it and she needs to go back home. So she's leaving tomorrow morning. And we said a prayer for her. We told her how much we thought about her and how much we are thinking and praying for her and how much we want this war to end for those people over there. And that got me off onto, well, I wanted to do something for her. And so this page layout is a dedication to her and to her being in our art group for just a short time. And I know she has an association with other art groups. She's been in the other art groups. Rosemary's group comes to mind because she talked about Popo helping her find a way around YouTube. But you know, she's got to go back, and so she is. So there we go. All right. So I'm just going to put this behind me. Thank you guys for bearing with me while I did this. And let me catch up on a little bit of chat. Let me unplug you guys and bring you out here and see what you're doing out there. 43 of you watching me goof up. Oh, and I moved this bothers me. I could imagine that it would bother you too. Where is it? Here? No, it's up further. Right. Up a little more. Right. Right there. that shine off of this glass. All right. So, hi, Chris. Welcome, Chris. Journey says, hi, Allie, Dixie, Dana. Am I missing Dana? And Chris. And Journey's here. Allie K is here. Rhonda says, hello, Dana. I'm missing Dana. You are missing one row, Becky says, yeah. I left 6 states off the flag. I squeezed them in wherever they would go. It's not perfect, but then neither am I. Chris, Dixie Doodles. I promise not to count them. Thank you, Dixie. Dixie says, I promise and cross my heart not to count them. Chris says hi. Rhonda says, I think everybody is concentrating. I would put an X and a line down the middle. I just about did, Angie. I just about did. I wish I could draw on this phone and show you how my stars would look. Yeah, I put the first row, well, because I was turned my book upside down and I was drawing the stars right. But when you turned your book upside down, the stars were right side up, the stars were upside down. So I started drawing the stars upside down while my book was upside down, but that's kind of hard to do. You have to go, oh, the head's down at the bottom and the arms are there, but then you got 2 feet coming out at the top. So that kind of, they're going to be upside down, Dixie says. Becky says 6'5", 6'5", 6'5". flower for the USA is the red rose, and the flower for Ukraine is the sunflower. Should we put a sunflower on there? I don't know if I can get the red rose in there, but we could put a sunflower up in the blue. We'll think about it. Thank you, Becky. I did not know that. Becky probably got disgusted and left. Oh, poor Becky. Angie says, Meri, you're not young anymore. You have to rest. That's true. Becky says, I got up at 6 this morning, and I'll have to be up by 5 a.m. tomorrow. Becky, you're not so young anymore. Becky's much younger than me, though. So you can still get up at 5 tomorrow. I want to be up in time to watch Janet. And she comes on at 8 my time, and I can be up, but I'm used to sleeping in on Monday mornings. But I want to watch Janet Nash on Mondays and Dee Dee on Wednesdays. I want to get back into that because I've been missing them, and I miss them. Johnny says, be right back. The puppy's acting like a fool by the pool. The baby name is Nora, like Nora. Ah, is it pronounced like Nora? It's like Naya. The dog's name is Naya. Naya and Nora. Ah, 2 babies in the house. And this is where Johnny came in. Johnny says, sunflower is Ukraine's national flower. See, you guys educate me. I have to tell you, I've been not only in my own zone when I come in here, I'm in my own world. I started doing a lot of reading, you guys, and I'm reading this book. I got it free at the library, and it's called Wednesday Sisters, and it's just a novel, but it's about it takes place in 1967, and for those of you that are in my age group or close to it, you remember 1967. That was the year that Bobby Kennedy was assassinated. And Wednesday Sisters, they're not sisters. They don't meet in the park. And what was the other thing? That's how the chapter started out. We're not sisters. We don't meet in the park, and something else that they're not. But what they are wives, young mothers who are married to young professionals out in California, Palo Alto, California. Now, talk about not being tuned into. I'm going, that's about as far from a 70-year-old lady stuck in the boondocks in the middle of Nebraska as you can get. But I started thinking about 1967, and I've already told you my age. I was thinking I was probably a junior in high school in 1967. And, I was thinking about, of course, I was aware of the Vietnam War, which was going on in there in that time frame. But, I was probably about as shy and in my world as I am when I go into my zone here. I did a lot of reading back then, but do you think, and I was thinking about that too, I cannot tell you one book I read back then. They were probably just novels that I got at the library or at high school library. I did like biographies. And I can remember, and I don't know if it was in high school or at the university, where I read some of the biographies of the more well-known women. So I enjoyed that a lot. I enjoyed reading biographies, but I also read a lot of novels that, they go in one ear and out the other. And I was thinking, you read it for enjoyment. You read for enjoyment, and then if you've enjoyed, you go into that little world for a time, and unless you're very tuned in, 50 years later, what was that book all about? So I'm reading a chapter a day. I'm trying to do it in the morning. And I read 2 chapters today because I missed yesterday morning, because I was at Carol's stream yesterday morning. The Magical Touch. And then I didn't get much else done. I went to Keisha's auction. And after Keisha, I think I dropped in on Rosemary and Shannon just a little bit. And I dropped in on, that was Saturday. I dropped in on, was it yesterday that I dropped in on Rosemary and Shannon? I think it was Johnny that I dropped in on Saturday. And then we had supper. And then later I went back to Keisha's. And that's how my day went. But I was thinking about books. I'm just chattering at you, telling you about my reading. So this novel that I got it free at the library now called Wednesday Sisters, about these 3 young mothers in the park. I've been marking it up. And I'm going to become friends with these ladies. And so in the first few chapters, I'm just a few chapters in the book, she describes each lady. So I made me a little chart. She's Frankie, there's Brett and Allie and Linda and somebody else. There's 5 of them. Can't remember the last one. But she's telling about the characteristics of each one. Like they're all wives of young professionals, so they're all kind of educated, and they're probably older than me because I was a junior in high school in 1967 and they were married with children. And Brett had her doctorate degree, I know that, and one of them was an editor. I think it was Frankie that was the editor of some college newspaper, so they were all educated. And I'm about as far different as these people, but they were telling about how they got to know each other and books that they were reading. And I'm going, I don't think I've ever read The Great Gatsby. They were telling about how they all enjoyed reading The Great Gatsby. And I'm going, well, I kind of know generally what The Great Gatsby is about, And I don't think I've ever read that book. So I put that book on my reading list. I'm going to try to check out The Great Gatsby and read it. Maybe. And I know you guys are going to say you've never read this book, Meri, but not The Great Gatsby, the one I'm going to tell you about. Let me go back down to the bottom of chat here. Angie says she was 2 years old in 1967. Well, Angie, you're a baby. You're a young lady. Bye, Journey. Have a good evening. Have a good week next week. Journey, I also this afternoon worked on my foxes and my postcards. I was planning on getting these finished tonight. I'm not sure I'm going to because, well, I might. It's only 8 o'clock. I got most of these done. I want to do a mailing. I have to put the tape on the back of these. But your postcard, I want to get your postcard out to you. And the other mailing, I got an envelope here I want to send to Randy Rabbit of all the, and I sat here this afternoon and was stamping got all my envelopes stamped. I need to, well, and I even wrote the return address on all of them except for this one, because I wanted to show you guys this one. So I'd like to get a mailing out. Who came in? Laura. Hi, Laura. Welcome, Laura. Sharon Lombard. Hi, Sharon. Look what I'm wearing, Sharon. Your beautiful bracelet. Thank you so much for that bracelet. Every time I reach for the candle, except I think I've been wearing this bracelet all afternoon. I put it on when I was working on my foxes. Mary Lou says she was 8 in 67. Well, see, you guys are all younger than me. I'm not ashamed of my age. I've had a good life so far. If something would happen to me, you guys, hear it now. I've had a good life. I was not a happy camper when I was younger, but I'm a happy camper right now. If something would happen, just say a tornado blew through and I didn't make it, or say I went to the dentist and they put me under to get my wisdom tooth out. I tell you, there's not much wisdom in that tooth. Yeah, just say I never woke up. Just pretend, it's not going to happen, but just pretend. And I'm telling you guys now, if I would pass away, I would go in peace. I know what I believe. I'm happy with my life. I've made mistakes. I do dumb things. I hope that the people that I've offended me, that I've offended from me to them. I hope that they find it in their hearts to forgive me. And I'm not holding anything against anybody. I'm ready to go but here's the thing. I have a peace. Should I preach at you? I have a peace because of my faith. Because of my faith, I believe that because Jesus died on the cross, he forgives us our sins. I believe very much. I'm not going to say any more than that, but I believe in John 3:16. Go look it up. That's all I'm going to say. So, but if something happens to me, like if I would go to the dentist and never wake up again, know that I've gone in peace. I'm happy. I'm happy with my life. I don't have anything against anybody, and I hope that I've been forgiven for all my sins, for all my offenses, because I know that there are instances out there where I've hurt people. I've hurt people, and I've been hurt in return. And I know that that's happened, but I'm over it, and I hope that they're over it. That was my pop can popping. Becky had to go. Becky got tired. She says, we're off to bed. Good night, Becky. I know Becky's got to get up early tomorrow. She's a young lady. She can get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow in the morning. Pink Girly. Yeah, Pink Girly was 14, so she was a little bit more my age. Mina said she was a high school sophomore. I was doing my homework at the kitchen table when I heard my parents cry out. They were watching the news in the living room. I ran in and froze at the news. She's talking about when Bobby Kennedy was assassinated. That was really strange, wasn't it? Because it was at the Democratic convention. So sad. He had so much to look forward to. I mean, he probably would have been president if he wouldn't have been. And that's probably why he was assassinated. Somebody didn't want him there. Riri says, I was 11. I remember when both John and Robert Kennedy died. When John Kennedy died in November of 1963, we were we had in our area at that time, and I think they've since moved it was a reform school, and our high school played volleyball for at the girls' reform school, not in our town, but in a nearby town. And we were told then that John Kennedy was shot, and none of us believed it. We thought that they were just being nasty, and, none of us believed it until we got home. Then we realized he really was shot. I wasn't in reform school. Our volleyball team played them. They were, they were good kids. They were just having a hard life. Most of them had a hard life. They probably don't call it reform school now. I don't know what they call it now. But, oh, there's Carrie. She says, hi. I think I read that book. I was 10 in 1967. Hi, Carrie. It's nice to meet you. I don't know how the book ends. I'm only in the first few chapters, but I've decided that I'm going to get to know these ladies. So every time I learn something new about them, I'm writing, and I wrote it. I started writing it at the front of the book, and then I realized that I need to add some papers or journal or something about it, because I decided that hopefully I'll remember more about this book. And I was going to tell you that The Great Gatsby is one of the books that now I'm just at at the back of the book itself, they have a list of novels that those ladies in the park, this is a fiction, this is a novel, but it has a list of books that we can read that they read, and The Great Gatsby, and then the other one, you guys are you're going, really, Meri? I had never read Charlotte's Web. I never had it read to me as a kid. I never read it, and I looked at it, and I knew it was a very well-known children's story, well, both for children and adults. So, of course, you know me, I got online and said, okay, what is this all about? So that's my other goal. I want to go read Charlotte's Web. I don't want to miss out on it before I die. So if I get The Great Gatsby read and Charlotte's Web read, I'll be doing good. And I'll be doing good if I finish this novel. Hi, Derby. Welcome. What did Meri say? Becky said she's off to bed and we wished her a good, sweet dreams. Pink Girlie says amen. Riri says, good for you, Meri. I couldn't wish you any more. Riri says, we were let out of school early. My mother was crying. Oh. Sharon says good night to Becky. Mina says, hi, Sharon. Do, 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 do. Riri says it was literally a wonderful story. You'll love it. Charlotte's Web. Well, I know generally what it's about now because I went online. And I don't think it's a free book online. I don't think it's a free book online. It's a cute story of a spider. Well, while we're talking about stories, because this is a good breaking point, did I bring it in? Of course I did. Here. One of my things on my list from last Friday night that I didn't get to, because I've been talking about this novel and reading and want to read more. I'm wanting to read more. And so one of the things that I did even before Charlotte's Web and The Great Gatsby, I made a list of things. Talk about books. What I'd like to know from you guys, and let's see. Let's just do a quick list. And you don't have to contribute unless you feel like you want to. But I'd like to know what you guys are reading. Are you reading any books? Doesn't have to be a novel. What are you reading? What magazines are you enjoying? Do you read the daily newspaper in your area? Do you read online? You know, like a blog that you like to go to? You know, what? I'm just going to put Fib Diggity Reading. Fib Diggity Reads, I'll put. And if you are reading anything, I'd like to add it to the list. I am reading a novel called Wednesday's Sisters. Wednesday's Sisters. And I'd have to go get the book for the author, but it's just a novel. And I'm just going to put Meri. And today is April 3rd, 2022. Lori says she doesn't read. That's okay, Lori. I'm not saying you gotta read. I'm just saying, I'm just asking if anybody's reading. Riri says she reads The Nation. What is that, Riri? A great periodical. The Nation. I haven't heard of that. I'll have to go see what that's about. I'll put a periodical. And I won't put your name, Riri. I'll just put my name up here. Anybody else reading anything? JL said she never read Charlotte's Web. Well, there you go, JL. I feel much better now. And welcome, JL. Cute story of spiders. Anybody else reading anything? Well, while you're thinking, the other thing I thought would be fun to do, Linda, I'm not going to use your name in my list, but she says, I read books by James Patterson. Oh, my brother loves James Patterson novels. They're mystery novels. So I'm just going to put mystery novels by James Patterson. My brother, I think he's read just about every one I can put my hands on. Novels by James Patterson. And I don't know who Lisa Wingate is, but I'm going to look her up. because if you like her, I'll bet my brother would like her. Does she write mysteries? Because like I said, he's read about everyone I can get my hand on. I'm looking for books that he might like. Angie says she reads chat. I'm going to put that down. Thank you, Angie. That's a good one. Harry Potter, allocate. Harry Potter number 3. Now, see, I was only familiar. I haven't read any James Patterson, but chat. But of the ones that you guys are saying, those are ones that I don't know about. Mary Lou says she listens to audiobooks, so I'm just going to put audiobooks here. You can generalize it if you want. Audiobooks. Allie K says she loves the Borrowers series. Wait, I'm getting lost here. I'm not reading anything right now, but when I do, I listen to audiobooks. Well, audiobooks are good. Let's see, I'm reading Remember. Sherry says, Allie K says, I also love The Borrowers. That sounds good. See, these are all unfamiliar to me. Oh, Linda, I'll bet he would love. I'm going to look up and see if our library has any Lisa Wingate books. I'll bet they do. And I'm going to check some out and see if he's enjoying them. Because if you do, and if you read James Patterson, I'll bet he'd enjoy her books. Brenda says, I'm reading These Tangled Vines. These Tangled Vines. You guys are getting me interested in these. By Julianne McLean. Gillian. Gill. Gillian McLean. Carrie says, I just finished. Oh, I read that one, Carrie. I read The Tattooist of Auschwitz, which I'm probably mispronouncing. That was a good book. He was a tattoo artist, and the Nazis, they captured him, and the Nazis made him tattoo the numbers on the arms. That's all I'm going to say about it. I know the story. That was a really good book. I read that book. I seem to gravitate to World War II era and biographies. I love Bill O'Reilly's, like I read The Killing of, what's that general over there in the Philippines? Oh, why can't I remember it now? I love his killing. I think he did The Killing of Abraham Lincoln, and see, this is the thing. I read these and I know about them. This is why I want to, what I should do is start me a journal, just like I am, and this Wednesday Sisters, just like Dee Dee would say, write it down. It goes in one ear and out the other, and I know about it generally. I know I read it. And when I came back to Nebraska here, 6 years ago, I didn't have any internet for the first couple months. I had to go to the library to get online. And I did a lot of reading. But doggone it, I didn't write it down. All right, The Tattooist, that was the last one. Let's see. Mary, I do too. Let's see. I said, I read chat. I got it, Angie. You read chat. Langston Hughes poems, JL says, and the starting of the complete poems of Maya Angelou. I mispronouncing her name. So let's write this down. Langston. See, you guys are much smarter than me. I don't know what I'm doing here. You guys should be online. Langston Hughes poems and complete poems of, I've read a few of her poems, but I don't think I've read all of them. Maya Angelou, Angelou. She passed away, didn't she, JL? I think she did. Dee Dee reads Ellis Peters, a mystery series. Mystery series. Thank you, Linda. Mystery series by Ellis Peters. I know Dee Dee loves history. And that's it. I'm going to put Dee Dee here. I was going to fussy cut a history book. I deconstructed it, tore all the pages out one at a time, and was going to decide what I want to keep and what I don't. And then I started reading. And I read. And do you know, I don't think I fussy cut more than 5 pages, and I was in that book the whole afternoon. It was a Reader's Digest History of America or something or other. Very interesting book. And what caught my attention, and I'm not going to go get it tonight, but what I want to do is in the little sidebar, you know, in the history books, they always have those sidebar pop out things, you know, where they put added information. A lot of those sidebars documented excerpts from letters of that time. And, you know, and Allie Kay has been helping me a lot. I'm got to get those out there, Allie Kay, and Lori, Montana, Lori, and Charlene have been helping me research the genealogy of from a batch of letters that I got at auction. And we were talking about letters and why weren't those letters destroyed? You know, who would want your personal letters to, and I would think that most of his letters, most of the correspondence, if it exists at all, has been destroyed. These letters that I got, there were quite a few of them, but they were just a short span. And here's the thing, it's very interesting. I've been reading this novel based in 1967. Those letters in real life are dated between 1968 and 1969. Just a very short span of history. But then after we did all that chattering the other night and then online in the Fibdivity group, I was reading this history book and I was noting how many little excerpts in that history book were because somebody wrote somebody a letter. Now, their means of communication back in the colonial days was by written letter. And I was thinking how much we are losing of our history because we're not writing it down. Or we send it by email, you know. And I doubt that a lot of our personal history, I think, is going to get lost. And I think too, you know, how much I would love to know more about my grandmother, my grandfather, and my great grandmother. I know a lot of history that my mom and dad have told me about recent family history. I know a lot about that, probably more than you guys want to hear about. But here too, what popped into my head just now was thinking about Barb Owen and the stories she's been telling. These are, and letters are our personal histories that we share with one another. And it isn't like we're writing a history book, but it kind of contributes to our personal history. And to me, that's more real life. So the moral of this is if you run across some letters, you don't have to share them with the world, but think twice before you burn them, unless they're really bad, you know. Some things need to be burned. Some bridges need to be burned, but not all bridges need to be burned. And thinking about burning bridges, even if a bridge is burned, think about rebuilding a bridge. Say you were writing to somebody, and say you had a friend and you had a spat and you're no longer friends. You burned that bridge. Think about rebuilding that bridge, and the bridge is stronger now. And that's happened to me in my life too. The bridge is much stronger because we're both aware of how the other person felt at the time, how you felt at the time. Hopefully, you're aware of it. And you have a stronger bond. That bridge, if you're able to rebuild it, is a lot stronger bridge. Now, if I were going to write a letter to my niece, my grandniece, I would write that in a letter to her. Why did I get off on letters? We're still talking about books. Mystery series by Ellis Peters. Mina says, I read a lot of mysteries. We'll do a mystery again. And I'm not putting your name here. I'm just listing the books. Sarah. Now, these are the authors I'm thinking. Sarah. I get a chattering when I go down rabbit trails. I don't know why I'm here. You guys are much smarter than me. David. See, I haven't heard of these people. I need to spend more time at the library, I think. And Connolly. Pink Girlie says, oh, I did read Harry Potter. Well, see, Mina, Harry Potter, even if it was years ago, I never read Harry Potter either. You're smarter than me about Harry. I did read the, what is that series that was so popular a few years ago? See, I can't even call it out. It'll come to me. Next on the list, the Dictionary of List Words. Dictionary of List Words, yes. Meri, I read Janet. I don't know who she is. Janet Ivanovich. EVAN. See, I don't know these. I've got to go look up these and see what you guys are reading. Brenda says, I also read Bird and Blooms. Now, I know what Bird and Blooms is. I almost bought one of those the other day. Bird and Blooms. She reads off of a Kindle. I'm going to put use Kindle because that matters. Riri says, and crossings. And crossings. I don't know. And crossings was. List of words and crossings. Oh, lost. Dictionary of lost. Oh. Lost words and crossing. Lost words. Lost words. And crossing. I read a novel here recently. I checked it out of the library. It's nothing I can mark up. But it was about lost children. It was really interesting. And it was, here again, based in World War II. And it was about getting young children, helping them get across the border. And I believe they were getting into Poland, if I remember right. But I can't remember if it was Poland or Sweden. I can't remember. But they would call them the lost children because they kept the synopsis of the story. The short story is this lady was really good at art, and she was good at forging and everything, and she created new identities for these children so that they could get them across the border. But on the side, she kept records of who they really were so that when the war ended, hopefully they could find their families again. And I'm not quite sure. I think the book got lost after the war, and she saw it. And for some reason, that book had a lot of meaning to her, and she was traveling from the States over to Europe, and her son didn't know why, and just the whole story. And I think the man that was helping her, I think they fell in love. And this is kind of a novel, but I think it was kind of true too. They fell in love, and he was helping get these children across the border to safety. And I think he got caught and spent some time in the concentration camp. But I think in the end, when she goes, after the war, and she's an older lady now, and she spies that lost children book, I think she meets him again. He's older now, but that lost words and crossings got me started off in another novel. See, that's something. Well, I'm going to start a reading journal, because I read these things and I enjoy them, but I tend to lose because I don't write it down. I can't remember. There's just so much going on in my life. I remember it, but I don't remember the details. All right, let me get a drink of water. Look at this mug I got at Walmart the other day. It's a mason jar. I drink at least 2. These are quart jars. I'll bet I drink at least 2 of these a day. Probably more water than I should, but I'm so thirsty. Because I talk a lot. And I've been chewing this Trident gum, sugarless gum, recommended by the American Dental Association. But it makes me thirsty. All right, let's go back into Clive Cluster, my husband. Oh, Cussler, my husband likes. He also likes James Patterson. Yeah, that James Patterson. All right, here's another James Patterson. This is what Lori's husband. My brother likes James Patterson. And like the other books that he likes are the Cat Who books. I think it's Lillian Baum who writes the Cat Who books. James Patterson, and who else? William Kent Kruger. I'm going to look him up too, because if your husband likes him, like I was telling Linda up here, it's a good chance my brother will like him if he reads James Patterson. Kruger. I'm looking for more books my brother can read. Your brother would probably enjoy William Kent Kruger, Linda says. Thank you, Linda. You took the words right out of my mouth. Carrie says, did you read the sequel? I'm reading that now. The sequel to what, Carrie? I lost track. Are you talking to me or somebody else? Riri says, I love Bird and Blooms. The subscriptions are very reasonable. I'm going to have to subscribe to that. Allie K says, I'm also in the middle of the Blossom Street series. Oh, you know what Mina got me started on? And I read most of them, but I haven't read them all yet. The Blossom Street series are the Milford what? Midford. I'm going to put series. See, I need to write it down because I know in my head it's about a minister who's a bachelor most of his life. He's in a small town, and Mina was telling me about that because, at the time we were all into, and we're still into like Fib Diggity and Farmville, and it's all based on small town, get together, that type of thing. And Mina said, Meri, you would enjoy the Midford books. And I forget what they're all called, but the Blossom Street series by Debbie McComber about, at a yarn shop. Oh, let's see. The Blossom Street by Debbie McComber. That would be interesting. And then I'm going to put parentheses yarn shop. See, I got to read more. I've got to spend more time reading and documenting. I'm going to start a journal. I'm going to start a journal of books that I read, and I'm going to take notes. I'm going to start with the Wednesday Sisters because I'm into like, well, I'm into like the 4th or 5th chapter. Let's see. Mina says, Tony Hillerman. And James D. Doss. I need to go to the library tomorrow. Although he's passed away, there won't be any more books by him. Aww. Oh, good night, Mary Lou. I'm sure you're gone by now, but thanks for popping in. Dee Dee's right, Riri says. Write it down. Riri says, good night, Loopy. They call Mary Lou, well, she goes by Auntie Loopy, but Mary Lou does a lot of crochet work. So they call her Auntie Loopy, but I call her Mary Lou. Oh, dear. Carrie says, All the Light We Cannot See is a wonderful book about World War II. Oh, that's interesting. All the Light. See, this would interest me. All the Light We Cannot See. I seem to gravitate toward World War II. I live in a small town in central Nebraska. My brother lives here. I'm staying with my brother. He gives me a roof above my head. You guys all know that story. But this is very much a World War II town. This town, during World War II, had an airport where they trained. There were several small airports in this area, but this happened to be one of them here in this town. They had an air base out there, an airport and an air base where they trained World War II pilots. And this town is very much into World War II. And then as you go up the highway, there's a Navy ammunition depot, which is miles long. I think it's 40 square miles. And I've told all about that too, but that's where my mom and dad met in the 40s. In the 1940s, my dad was in the service, and my mom, he was stationed there, and my mom worked there because, a civilian type job. And they met they called it a company picnic. It was a picnic for well, I guess for both the service members and the civilians. They had a picnic. I got a picture of them at that picnic. I should get that out. Gotta find it. It's here. I brought it back with me. All the Light We Cannot See. I'm going to have to check that book out. I'm sure I can get it at the library. I'm going to put World War II here. It's not by World War II, but it's a World War. Thank you, Carrie. Linda says, yes, the Langston Hughes. I taught his poems in class. Linda was a teacher. Elvis, hi, Elvis. The Nightingale by Kristen Hanna makes me crazy. Starts in World War II. The Nightingale. See, I'm just unfamiliar with the majority of these. A few things I recognize, but The Nightingale by Kristen Hanna starts in World War II. That would probably be one I'd be interested in. It made her cry. Lucy Review says, I'm also trying a few Shakespeare things that I hadn't read in my youth. Join the club. See, we probably studied who Shakespeare was, and we probably read some of his quotes, but our English teachers did not teach us any Shakespeare. We learned about Ralph Waldo Emerson, and I probably read Ralph Waldo Emerson in high school. The other one I remember reading and I enjoyed was Why can I remember these names? I can't pull it off of my tongue. Forget it. I'll think of it later. Let's go to, I can remember the books, but what? No, it'll come to my mind. This book sounds intriguing, Carrie. I love The Nightingale. Yes, The Nightingale was good too. Elvis says, Linda, Kristen Hannah books are wonderful. One of the characters is blind, Riri, Carrie says. I think that is where the title comes from. Oh, wow. I think so too. I read The Nightingale twice because I know I missed some things the first time. Linda, that's what I'll go to the library and I'll check out another James Patterson. I've got a list. The list has to be 2 columns long. That James Patterson writes a lot of mystery novels. But my brothers read most of them. I mean, there's a whole big bookshelf of 7 or 8 shelves of just James Patterson at the library. And I made a list, and he'll say, I've already read this one. And I said, no, I checked my list. You haven't read that one. It just sounds like the one you've read. I've read this one. And I'm going, well, it's not going to hurt you to read it again. Well, I agree. It won't hurt me to read it again, but I've read this one. And one of those Cat Who books I brought home, the first thing he said was, well, I've read one of them. And I go, well, read it again. And he says, well, yeah, and he's probably like me. He reads it for enjoyment. And after he enjoys it, he will recognize if he's read it again. But you miss a lot the first reading. That's why I'm writing down all my notes here. I'm going to journal. I'm going to start a journal, Wednesday Sisters. All right, Shakespeare, let's see. The Lord of the Rings. That was the one I was trying to remember, Allie. Lord of the Rings. Yes. I did read that in high school even. And the Twilight series. I haven't read the Twilight series, but I've heard a lot about them. Just took me a lavender bath. Ooh, Angie. Laura says, I don't read those books or watch those movies. Yeah, some of those books tend to go on the dark side. I don't think The Lord of the Rings does too much. But the Twilight series, I think, goes on the dark side. So, if I know some people enjoy those, the fantasy of the dark side. If it goes too dark, or if it's too dirty, some books, like every other word, has to be either a naughty word, wash your mouth out with soap, or it has to be profanity or sex or something like that. I don't enjoy those. I don't mind a little romance in a book because that's just human. But when it's every sentence of every paragraph of every page, I'm going, that's not even real life for most of us. I don't know where you're at, but I don't know. So I get it, Laura. Angie says, Helen. Hi, Helen. Yeah, Helen said that lavender bath really sounds heavenly. Helen Cole is the person who put together the journal called the Pass-Along Journal. And welcome, Helen. Glad to have you join us again. The Pass-Along Journal that Dee Dee used to pass along to put our art in that we made for Barb Owen. And you can find that if one of the mods again want to drop a link to Amazon to Helen Cole's, or if she has a website or something out there. Let's point a finger at Helen tonight. Because Dee Dee did, and Pass-Along Journal. Yeah. Cute jar. Oh, the jar, my water jar. I think this is one of those, that lady in Oklahoma. I'm not pulling things off the tip of my tongue. The cooking lady, pioneer woman out in Oklahoma. She has a whole series of dishes at Walmart. Well, all I could afford was the mason jar. But those other jars that those other glasses that I was using, I got them at Walmart, but the lids pop off. Sometimes I'll squeeze the body of their plastic and I'll squeeze the body and the lid will pop up and the water will tip over and I have to clean it all up. I got this one because the lid screws on it. It's a mason jar. And it's a glass one. It's kind of pretty. Pioneer woman. I'd love to have her whole set of her dishes, but we don't need them. We got dishes. We got enough dishes that we put some in boxed up out in our kitchen that we haven't got back out yet. And we don't even miss them. Pots and pans. All right. Meri, don't read them. It's not for you. Okay, Angie. Lillian Jackson Braun. Thank you. Rhonda says, we'll put that down. We'll put the Cat Who books because my brother reads them. I used to read them. I thought I read them all, but I don't think I have. The Cat Who by Lillian. He likes them. He enjoys them. In fact, I have instructions, and that's why I got those two at the thrift store that whenever I see any at thrift stores or flea markets or library sales, I'm supposed to BRUN. I'm supposed to bring them home because he's collecting them. He even gave me a list, and I had that list in my purse. But don't tell him that. I just picked them up. I thought, well, if he's already read them, it won't hurt to read them again. It's been several years since I've read, Helen says, Jake by Jack Wayland. Jake by Jack Wayland. Interesting. It's really funny and uplifting, huh? See, I'm going to go research some of these because most of them, I know Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings, the Tattooist of, and I read a lot of those quilt series by, my Madison author, the Elm Creek quilt series. And she's gotten into writing more historical novels. Like she wrote, I think, The Dressmaker, about Abraham Lincoln's wife's dressmaker. She's a famous person in our history in real life. Elm Creek series. And man, I can't remember her name right now. The lady in Madison, Wisconsin author. I'm not good about pulling names off. I'm not very good about verbal. I'm very good visual. I'm not very good verbal. Madison author. As you guys can probably realize. Linda says, it's great, Elvis. I do that with my son. It's fun to read the same book as our kids. Oh, that's cool. What did Elvis say? Did I miss it? What did Elvis say? I do too, Linda. My daughter got me hooked on Kristen's books. We would read them at the same time and then share our thoughts. Well, see, this is good because this is kind of what I wanted to do tonight was, well, of course, I can't share my thoughts because I haven't read a whole lot, but I'm getting to know what you guys are reading. So I'm going to go look some of this up. Let's see. Where else? Linda said she likes to read and with her son, and then they like to read the same books as their kids do. Allie says, I use the app Goodreads. Yeah. I'm going to write down Goodreads app. I go out to that a lot to get quotes, but I also have gone out there to find out about a book or an author. Goodreads app. If you guys haven't found the Goodreads app, it has a website also. Yeah. Rhonda says, Meri, listen to books all day. There's not enough time to read. You can get it free through your library. The app is Overdrive. Yes, the Overdrive app. I know about that one. I had that. I can't get it at our, I don't think I can get it at our county library, but we have to have if we have a library card at our county library, we can get what they call the Nebraska card. And if you have the Nebraska, because I'm in the county, but I'm out of the town, so I have to pay an out-of-town fee. But I have to tell you, that librarian is so good to me. She hasn't charged me for the last 2 years, I think. Sometimes I go in and say, this is a friend of the library's contribution. It really was saying, I'm paying my town library fee. But if you get your library card there, then if you go to the larger library up to the town where we go shopping, they have that Overdrive app where we can check books out and read them online. And you can also read magazines online. I love that. I need to get started. And I had it on my old phone, my old Galaxy 5. I had it. And that's what I was reading a lot of when I moved down here, and books that I found around the house here. But I used that Overdrive app a lot. And then my phone, I upgraded my phone to the Galaxy 8, and I never got that app back on there. And so I need to get that, Rhonda. That's a good idea. Alec said, most of my books are through library via Overdrive. Yeah. Riri says, got it used, Carrie, on Amazon for just under $700. $7. I should clarify that I was probably 15 when I read Jake. Oh, that's okay. That doesn't matter. You remember it now. That's okay. We don't care what age you were. Riri, good deal. Thanks. My mom was a decoder with the OSS during World War II. OSS. What is the OSS? She got an award for recognizing a way that the Germans were sending messages. Nina, how cool is that? Wow, Nina. Is your mother still living? I'll bet she's not. I'll bet you. Do you have her award or documentation of her award? How cool is that? That is awesome. She put it in a lot of hours because my dad was in the army fighting in Germany. Oh, Nina, that's so cool. See, I love that bit of history. We all have that little family history, just like what Barb was telling about her margarita ring. The wonderful story that she told it so well. You just go, what happened next, Barb? And then she would say, this is the ugliest jelly print ever. I'm not even going to show it to you. She'd put it over on the side. And then she'd get back to her story. And then she'd say, oh, this made that gold look horrible. And I'm going, but what kind of a ring did you get? I love Barb Owen. But my point is that that how we relate things in our family, just like what Nina did here about her mother and her dad. Those are that's life. That's our lives. Those are our histories. I'm not going to write it down, Nina, but boy, I would love, I would just love to see all of our history, all these stories in one place. Wouldn't that be awesome? And I guess they are in a sense because we're telling them to each other. Mary's going off on a rabbit trail. Let's see. Mina says, Linda, I love the Cat Who series 2, LO2R. LOTR was a fantastic read. I don't know what that is, Riri. LOTR. Mina says, I read LOTR, all 3 books and the, oh, Lord of the Rings. Thank you. Lord of the Rings. See, I've never heard it called LOTR. Thank you for translating that for me. Yeah, and they made that movie in the early 2000s, The Hobbit, and I got to see part of it, but it was like, what, 3 or 4? One of them was like a really long movie, and I went with my cousin's wife, and she was getting impatient to get out of there. She couldn't sit through that very well. Allie's pointing the finger above. Thank you, Mina. Thank you, Rhonda, for dropping a link to the Pass Along Journal. We appreciate that. I love hearing what everybody is reading. Me too, Linda. And I'm getting an education. Let me tell you, I'm going to go do some looking up on these books. Some of them I'm familiar with, but The Nightingale interests me, and that other World War II, All the Light We Cannot See, that interests me. I gravitate toward World War II. I'm not sure why. And biographies. Twilight mentioned earlier about vampires. Yeah. Some people enjoy that, and it doesn't. The reason I tend to shy away from the dark side is I'm so sensitive to that stuff that if I read it, I think about it. And then I think about it. And then my imagination starts working. And then I hear something scratching at my door. And then I can't sleep all night. So I tend to want to stay away from that stuff just because I'm not the person who can just read it, and that stuff sticks with me. Can't shake it, so I stay away from it. Elm Creek series. Yeah, thank you. Allie K is filling in all the blanks for me. By Jennifer. And I met Jennifer. She was signing books. I think I told this before. Jennifer Shavarini. I'm mispronouncing her name. S-H-I-A. Because I've talked about her before. She writes a lot of other books now other than the quilt series. The quilt series was very good. But she was signing books at one of the fabric fairs that they had up in Madison. And I had purchased a piece of neutral colored wool, and I wanted her to sign that piece of wool, and she thought that was pretty cool. I don't want you to sign a book. I want you to sign this piece of wool. And I had a book. I'd purchased a book by her. And I just had my regular ink pen. And she says, no, she says, she reached down to her purse and she said, this one will work better on wool. That's what I remember about Jennifer Shavarini. But I enjoyed her books. Francine Rivers. Yes, Francine Rivers. I read Francine Rivers, or had read a lot of her. Even before I came home here. I don't know. Does she have any recent books out? The last book I read with her, I think her mom's house in California had flooded or something, their parents' house, and she talked about her daughter and her family. It was more of a family history type book. Karen, I don't know Karen Kingsbury. Karen, I don't know Karen. I'm going to have to research her. Karen Kingsbury. You guys may not see me. You may not see me for a while if I get lost in this book list. Karen Kingsbury. All right, we're going to go to the next page. What time is it? It's 8:56. We've got a little time left. Helen says, Jake is about a guy who thinks he's died and spends a week with a girl he meets, and she's an angel the whole time. Oh, wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. You guys, I am also, I'm watching this series on YouTube, and you might be aware of it, because I tend to know when I watch something on my art channel, pretty soon somebody else is watching it too. And I think YouTube has this algorithm to find out what we're interested in, so that it shares it with other people. But it's like, what is it? Amazing Restoration or something like that, or but it's about, I can't remember the exact title of the channel, but it's about a team of divers, and you guys may recognize this. It's about a team of divers who will get called in, usually by family, on people that have gone missing for several years or in the recent past, but most of them have been like 2 or 3 year olds. I mean, not 2 or 3 year, the cases are 2 or 3 years old. Some of them are like 10 years old, and most of them are underwater. And I did not realize how many cars are in our lakes. and and they'll show, they use this advanced sonar to locate the vehicles, and sometimes the bodies are still in there. Like the one I watched this afternoon was of a young boy, and his mother was just heartbroken because she told the authorities where to look, because they found him about 4 miles from home in an area where he used to go fishing. And his mother was just distraught. She said, I brought him here. I told him to look here. They never did it. They wouldn't listen to me. She was really upset with their local authorities. And of course, the local authorities, they have their own rules for having to do what they do. But she called this team of divers and brought them in. And the long story of the video is they pulled the car out, and they brought the young boy home and was able to give the family closure. And that's the whole deal of the whole series, is giving these families closure over missing family members. Very interesting YouTube series. All right, I'm still on getting books. To Kill a Mockingbird, Allie says. Now, I watched the movie. I did not read the book, To Kill a Mockingbird. I'm familiar with the story, but I don't think I ever read the book. Brenda D., I love watching all Karen Kingsbury movies on the Hallmark Channel. So she's on the Hallmark Channel. I can get the Hallmark Channel on my brother's dish. I'm going to put Hallmark Channel. Nina says her mother passed away in 1996. You have the award. How cool is that, Nina? How cool is that? What a treasure. What a treasure that is, Mina. That is a wonderful piece of family history. They're all agreeing out there. LO2R equal Lord of the Rings. Meri, thank you for sharing such a wonderful story. It's really a treasure. Elvis, I know that they made movies from them. I am not hooked to TV. That's great to know. Yeah, I'm not hooked to TV much either. But every now I can get, my brother has Dish satellite, because he likes to watch The Price is Right in the mornings, and he likes to watch the Wheel of Fortune. He likes to work his crossword puzzles. He likes James Patterson. I got him so interested in some things. When I moved here, he had another, it wasn't Dish, it was cable. and something messed up with it. He couldn't get it reset. And I got it reset for him, so at least I had some purpose in coming down here. And then we got dish. We got satellite dish. I don't know what led me down that rabbit trail. Oh, dear. Oh, TV. I don't watch a lot of TV. That's what got me down that trail. I don't watch a lot of TV, but if I'm interested in something, I will there's an app I can get on my phone called My Dish. And you just, because he's got the subscription, the email comes to me because he doesn't like online stuff. So I handle all the email stuff, which is mostly just your bill is due and he pays it and thank you for your payment stuff. But I also have the password to My Dish. I can set all that up. So if I want to watch something like the Hallmark Channel or the History Channel or something like that, I can get online. Let's see. Hi, Icy. Hello, the.meri.atelier. And hello, everyone. I started to read Warrior Cat series. Warrior Cat series. Welcome, Icy. See, I don't know what the Warrior Cats are about, but it sounds interesting. Mary, Emily Brightwell is good too. Emily Brightwell. Emily Brightwell. Mystery set back in time. Set back in time mysteries. Looks like we're going to chat tonight. Sometimes I just like to sit and chat with you guys. The household help. And help their boss, who is a detective. Help their boss. Are those titles? I'm writing it down. The help. Oh, the help. The help. I think I'm familiar with the help. It's also good. Yeah. I saw the movie, The Help. They're saying hello to IC. Karen Kingsborough wrote, remember. Thanks for the stream, Mary. And fun chat. She's headed to bed. Good night, Carrie. If you haven't left already, have a good sleep and take care of yourself next week. Hope to see you again. Come back. Kingsbury. Sorry, I'm still here, Angie. Well, Angie, you're always welcome here. The Cat Who books are Jan. Hi, Janice. There's Janice Glines. Let's write down Janice is a smarty, let me tell you. Janice has more knowledge in that head of hers than I will get in 2 lifetimes. Welcome, Janice Glines. The Cat Who books are old, and author was Lillian Jackson Braun. Thank you, Janice. Also try books by Charlotte McLeod, Macleod. She wrote also, there are fun, cozy mysteries. Cozy mysteries. Well, I'm going to start a reading journal because, as you guys can tell from my conversation here, I think by writing it down, I'll tend to remember it better. I don't want to call it age, but it might be age. I read these things that go in this ear through my brain, and I talk about it and I enjoy it, and then it goes out the other ear, and then when I want to talk about it again, I know that I read it, but I can't put my finger on it, can't put my tongue on it. And I think if I start journaling, I think that'll help me. And I'm going to start with the novel that I'm reading. It's just a novel, The Wednesday Sisters. It's just a novel. It's not historical. It's not, well, it takes place in the 1960s. And I sort of identify with that, but these ladies are wives of young professionals now, you know. But that time period and what was going on in the late 60s, I identify with the late 60 time period because that's the time that, well, in 67, I said I was a junior in high school. And I was a very quiet person back then. I'm not going to say I was shy because I don't think I was shy. I was just very much in my own world. Because I never saw myself as being shy. Maybe quiet, but not shy. Everybody else called me shy. And they always say, smile, Meridel. And I got so tired of hearing smile. I go, now I giggle all the time. But I think that came with finding myself. Those teen years are hard. So if you have a kid going through their teen years, don't egg them and tell them to smile. Just giggle at them and say, I hope you have a really good day. No matter what's going on, I'm for you. Let's see. Let's get back to Charlotte McLeod. Janice, she passed away a few years ago, Janice. Another favorite author gone. Yeah. Thank you for posting the link, Rhonda. Yeah, Rhonda, thank you for posting the link and welcoming people in. All my mods, they're wonderful mods. Mary, I'm going to go, Angie says. Bye, Angie. Good night. Have a good sleep. Nina says, Lillian J. Braun. Yeah. Janice, yes, Mina. I started faithfully with mysteries on Mary Stewart when I was a kid. Mary Stewart? Mary Stewart. I might have read some things by her. She sounds familiar. But I also had a shorthand teacher whose name was, I don't think it was Stewart. I think it was Stewart. And she wrote, then she wrote the Merlin books, and I love them too. Merlin books. I'm writing this down. I'm gonna go look up some of this stuff and educate myself from you guys. They're saying sweet dreams to Mina. To Angie. Mina is. Elvis says, wow, I'm gonna have to rewatch this stream. Mary, just to write down the list. There are a lot of wonderful titles that I want to check. Yeah, Elvis, that's so true. I don't know. I guess I could peck out the list here, but go watch it again. Jot down. You don't have to write them all down, but pick out the ones that interest you. Mary Stewart works. See, you guys, I sit here and go, what am I doing here? You guys are so smart. I don't fit in with this group. They're saying hello to Janice. Hi, Leslie. Welcome, Leslie Casey. Welcome, welcome. Brenda says, good night, Angie. Take care and prayers. Mina says, I have a section in my journal for books that I want to read. When I get my hands on one, I give it a check mark. Good idea, Mina. I'm going to start a journal just for because what I want to do, I'm not just going to, list the book and everything. I want to list down the characters, what they liked, what they look like, and especially of this one in the Wednesday series. I want to do a book report on it. And it'll probably be scribbly like my mind maps. Probably I should do it in a composition book. Maybe I'll decorate a cover. Maybe I'll do that. Leslie says, I love Mary Stewart. I read some of those older books again. And Jenna says, and if you have not read those CADFAL books, Dee Dee talks about them. They're really good. No, I missed them. Dee Dee talks about them. CADFAL books? Are you ending, Mary? No, hi, Jen. No, I'm going till 10 o'clock, Jen. And welcome, Jen. Good to see you. CADFAL is medieval monk? I don't know. Is that who he is? A medieval monk? A medieval monk? Question mark. Oh, Cadfield. F-I-E-L-D. Cadfield. I'm caught up with you guys. How about that? Well, I'm not, you can keep talking about books if you want, but I want to share with you what I'd written down to share with you guys, because I was talking about the Wednesday books, and then I had did a list of books, because I'd gotten all interested in that Wednesday Sisters, and that's one of the things those ladies, those wives, those young professional wives talked about when they took their kids to the park. They got to know each other by discussing, like what we are, the books that they've read. And that was one of the things that drew them together, was discussing who liked what book. And so I go, I'm going to find out what the people in my chat, what they're reading. Boy, I'll tell you, you guys are, I'll say it again. I don't know what I'm doing here. You guys are all smarter than me. But anyway, I'd written down as a thing that we should do here was go, and I did this. So you can give me some more ideas, but I want to get off on the one that I selected. Some free public domain books. And you can find them out there. Most of them are on, the good ones are on Google Books, but there's also like, there are ones out there where you can read about the book, and then there are ones where you can read the book. And most of the free domain, public domain ones are classics. And I hit upon, now you guys are going to laugh, I hit upon Beatrice Potter. And I'm going, well, it's spring. The Tales of Peter Rabbit. So what I want to do here, I'm going to do another list. I'll leave this list open. We'll come back to it. Cadfile. Pronounced Cadfile. Thank you, Janice. What I want to do here, now you all know the story of Peter Rabbit. I knew the story, but I had to go review it. And it's a children's story, but how cute it is. But what I want to do is say in our list here, what, and Nina's going to love this, what if, well, we're going to stop there. I'm going to ask you, and you guys all know because you're all smarter than me, what are the names Peter Rabbit had? There were 4 in his family. What are the names of Peter Rabbit's, you can look this up too. Peter Rabbit's, I want to say brothers and sisters. So what are the names of the 4 rabbits in the Tales of Peter Rabbit? What are the names of the 4 little rabbits? What are the names? Of course, one is Peter, but she names them. Oh, there they come, Flopsy and Mopsy. Glory, who says she doesn't read, she knows. Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail. You see, I said you guys are smarter than me. Mopsy and Cottontail. All right. I had to look them up. Of the 4 little rabbits. And let's see, I'm going to put Beatrice Potter. And I only chose this because it's in the public domain. And it's a, it's a children's story, but it's easier to discuss this quick and fast than it would be for Shakespeare or something like that. So Beatrice Potter, The Tales of Peter Rabbit. All right. What if the little rabbits were, and Mina's going to love this, were kitties? Little kittens were kittens. Now, we don't want to go to the 3 little kittens. I don't want to know the names of the 3 little kittens. But if they were kittens, these are rabbits, these are bunnies. What if they were kitties? We're going to play here. What would their names be? So I want you guys to give me the names of the kittens. And I know I'll get a good list here. What did Janice say? What did Janice say? Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail. Janet pulled it right off of the tip of her tongue. Janet says, I like Paddle Duck, Gima, Puddle, and Duck. Father, Mister. What do you, now, Gemino, Puddle, and Duck, are those names of the kittens or are those something else? Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail, and Peter. Hi, Artedar. Welcome, Cardidar, Artedar. Fuzzy. Okay, Fuzzy. I'm going to take the first ones I see. Oh. Fuzzy. Fuzzy. Is it Fuzzy? F-U. Wait a minute. Fuzzy. Fuzzy. Mittens. Mittens. Oh, it's a Beatrice Potter book. Gema. See? Janice is just so smart. Puddle Duck. It's a Beatrice Potter. I'm going to put this in parentheses. BP book. I'm going to look it up. I should put it over on the other side. Muffins and Mittens. One more name. Muffins and Mittens. And we need one more kitty name. Did I miss it? I got Fuzzy, Muffins, and Mittens. One more kitty name. We're going to name our kitties. Aunt Jemima. Oh, Jemima? Like the G-E-M. Oh, Jemima. Okay, thank you, Janice. Like the Aunt Jemima. Pinky. All right, Pinky. We got it. Pinky. Hi, Carla. Carla, we're talking about books tonight. We did a book list. You'll have to go back and listen. I'm not going to go all through it. And Janice is still adding to our book list. We're talking about Beatrice Potter. And the only reason I chose her is that I wanted a book that was in the public domain. So I picked Peter Rabbit. And of course, everybody here knew what the names of the four little bunnies were. Peter, Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail. So I asked them, well, what if they were kittens? What would their names be? And they came up with Fuzzy, Muffins, Mittens, and Pinky. So here's the next question for you. In Peter Rabbit, Flopsy, Mopsy, and Cottontail were good little bunnies, and they went and picked berries. But you know what Peter did? You know what he did? He did exactly what he's told not to do. He rebelled. He headed for Mr. McGregor's garden. So, what kitty here is going to be like Peter? Who's going to be the mischief maker kitty, and who are going to be the nice kitties? Tom Kitten. You're too late with Tom Kitten because I've already named him. I've only got 4. Yeah. So what little kitten here? Fuzzy, Muffins, Mitten, or Pinkin? Which one is the mischievous one who's going to get into trouble? That darn cat, DC. Rhonda says, hi, Carla. It's been a bit since I've seen you. I hope you're well. Yeah, Carla, thanks for dropping in on us. I think I saw Carla in one of the sales here not too long ago. And Artedar. You guys got to tell him. Pinky? All right, Pinky. Pinky is going to be the mischief kitty. So, what kind of trouble is Pinky going to get into? What did the mother kitty tell the kitties not to do? Well, what kind of trouble does Pinky get into? Am I spelling that right? Trouble. Does Pinky get into? What happens? What does he do? The yarn basket. Stay away from the yarn basket. Oh, that's a good one, Arte Dar. Was he? Oh, was he? Oh, was he instead of fuzzy? Was he? And that's supposed to be was he. I got it. I got it. Was he instead of fuzzy? Is that what you meant, Laura? Were you the one who said fuzzy? Sharon, I saw what you did here. What did Sharon do? Was he? Was he? Was he? Pinky lost his mitten? I got several things. He really, okay, we're going to put 3 things here. So he gets into the yarn basket, and because he's a mischief maker, Pinky is he's the troublemaker. He gets into the yarn basket. Whose yarn basket? It can't be his mother's. He gets into whose yarn basket does he get into? Because, you know, he's got to run. Question mark. And what was the other one? Pink. Let's see. Stay away from the ducks and chickens. So he taunts the ducks and chickens, so we'll say. Taunts and teases ducks and chickens. Just asked Aunt Beck. She went to bed. But her coal, we're going to call Pinky a little black kitty. We're going to call Pinky a black kitty in honor of Becky's coal. When Coal was a kitty and Becky was taking care of him before she gave him to Greg, that cat, Coal, was the cutest little kitty, and he was the bravest little kitty. But now Becky says he's a what did she call him? He grew up to be a mischief kitty. So Pinky is a black kitty. Okay, he taunts the ducks, and what else? I'm getting lost here. The ducks and chickens. Pinky upset the inkwell on the big desk. Uh-oh. Upset inkwell on big desk. So we're going to have a counterpart. We're going to have to do another list here, or another question. Who is Farmer McGregor's counterpart? So when Pinky gets into trouble, like Peter got in trouble with Farmer McGregor, was that his name? Farmer MCG. In our story, just in our little fun story here. I'm not going to write a story. We're just kind of converting our story to our own fun little game tonight. I'm not going to do any more with this than what we're doing tonight. Who is the counterpart in our story to Farmer McGregor? Stay away from Mom's yarn. Well, it has to be Mom who? Mom who? Pinky is the good one. No, Pinky is the bad one. I've already said he's bad. He's a black kitty. Pinky is a black kitty. He's the black sheep of the family. Carla, I'm sorry. I already wrote it down. Carla loves Pinky, just like I love little Cole. I probably wouldn't love him now if I saw the trouble that he gave Becky, but let's see. Pinky lost his mitten. Okay, we could say lost, and we'll put a question mark. He, just like Peter lost his coat and his shoes, I think, running away from Farmer McGregor. So Pinky loses his mittens running from question mark. Running from, because he disobeys his mother and he gets into somebody's basket of yarn and he taunts ducks and chickens that belong to somebody, and he obviously hops up on their desk and spills the inkwell, running away from this person. He goes and gets birds. Oh, he annoys the birds in question marks bird cage. Canary in question marks bird cage. And he also is after the goldfish. Pinky is a little mischief maker after the goldfish. I put that in from my own thoughts. Laura said, yes, that was me. Thank you, Laura. Okay, Pinky went into the hen house. Oh, this was with the chickens and, okay, he went into the hen house. And when he was told to stay out, he was told to stay out of that hen house. It's a good thing the hens didn't peck him to death. Pinky is a she. Oh, Pinky is a she. All right. We got that. Carla updated us on Pinky. That's a good one because Peter obviously was a little boy rabbit. We've got a little girl rabbit, Pinky, but she's black. She's a black kitty. She's a kleptomaniac. Oh, dear. All right. Wait a minute. I'm running out of mischief list place. So that, what did she steal? If she's a Pinky as a kleptomaniac. Oh, Bandit. How does she know Bandit? Bandit's going to get into this story somehow, Mina. Was a klepto, Cleptomanic. So obviously she stole a lot. She stole : All right. Aunt Beck's yarn basket. Oh, Becky's yarn basket. Oh, we're getting Aunt Beck into this story. She went to bed. She doesn't even know. Where? Aunt Beck. All right, we're going to chuck out Mom and we're going to put Aunt Beck. Aunt Beck. Becky is sleeping. She doesn't know she's a subject. She's a character in our story. But she fits because she could probably tell us more mischief that Cole gets into than we want to know. Black kitty with a pink nose. Okay, she's got a pink nose. Black kitty with a pink nose. And was it Karen Kay? We did a sketch of her cat. Beautiful. I think the name was Jasmine. That cat looked like a queen. And that's how I see Pinky. She's black cat, but she's a very elegant. And I noticed that with Aunt Beck's Callie. Callie is very definitely a beautiful cat. She's very elegant. If you watch Becky with Callie, I told Becky that one time. I said, she's a princess. She's a queen. And that's how I see Pinky. But she's a little mischief maker, which is kind of out of character for a queen. But all of her Wuzzy and Muffins and Mittens, they're the good little kitties. They do all the things that they're supposed to do. Now, in our story, Peter Rabbit, Peter's mother, I think, goes shopping. I think that's how the story goes, how it opens. She's got to go shopping, so she tells all the little bunnies to be good. And these little bunnies here go out and pick berries. She says, stay away from Farmer McGregor. So Peter, he gets in trouble. But so the question is, Aunt Beck is the counterpart to Farmer McGregor. So what does Pinky's mother, what is she going to go do while they're away? That's my question. What do the kitty's mother, and we don't have a name for the kitty's mother, we'll just put Mama Cat. What does Mama Cat, where is she going? That she's going to leave the kittens, trust them to be good while she's gone. Let's see, black kitty with a pink note. Pinky brings home items that are not hers. Okay, brings home items that are not hers. All right, I get that, Carla. Laura says, thieves wear all black when they rob at night. Pinky has a natural black cat. So, Pinky is dressed in black, is dressed in black, is naturally dressed in black. Now, we could have the mama cat going out at night, and because thieves wear, let me finish my thought here. Thieves wear all black. So that's how Pinky is able to steal things. She's already black when they rob at night. I'm trying to make the story, the setting is night here. It's daytime here, obviously, because Mr. McGregor's out working in his garden. He wouldn't work in the garden at night. When they rob at night. What is the mama cat doing that she needs to leave the kitties alone at night? I don't want to know. I don't know if I want you to fill in that blank. Make it nice. Like, she's on a date. I'll fill this blank in. I don't want to know what you guys are going to say. I'm going to say she's on a date. On a hot date. That's as far as I'm going to get. She's on a hot date. And you guys, I'm not going to write down if you fill in the blanks. Mr. Cotton. Wait. Miss Beck next door. Mr. Olson, like Leave It to Beaver. Mrs. McGregor, The Neighbor's Yarn. Poor Tweety. Well, we've already said it's Aunt Beck. Those are all good ideas, but I'm going to leave it as Aunt Beck. We'll bring Becky into this, and if she doesn't like that, we'll take her out and I'll put in the alternatives. Mrs. McGregor. I like Mrs. McGregor. That's good. Mrs. McGregor, Mr. Olson, like in Leave It to Beaver. Yeah, that's a good one too. The Neighbor's Yarn. Poor Tweety. Pinky. Pinky. Carla. That's cute. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Cotton. So if Becky doesn't agree to be in our little story here, we'll substitute one of these characters. A kitten in the hen house would get pecked, Janice said, and might upset the laying hens. No eggs that day. Oh, that's good. So this is why they're being told to stay out of the hen house. A king. I don't know where the word king came from. A kitten in the hen house would get pecked. I figured that one out. I thought he'd get pecked. Would get pecked. Or she. And might upset the laying hens. And what about the rooster of the flock? The rooster will probably chase it. Run from the rooster. And might upset the laying hens. So this would be at night. So those hens would be sleeping. And if that cat crept in there, it might cause quite a commotion. And no eggs the next day. No eggs the next day. And Becky could not fix, I don't know if she fixes eggs for Scott in the morning, but Becky could not have no eggs to cook with. No eggs to bake, to cook with. I don't know how much Becky cooks with eggs. We'll have to ask her. She's sound asleep now. She has to get up at 5 in the morning I'm going to put cook with. I don't think Becky does a whole lot of baking because she had to have eggs to make her birthday cakes. All right, what else is here? Steals all the clothes off the clothesline. Oh, here's more mischief. Well, make another line. My mischief list is too long. Mischief list. Steals clothes. So Becky decided she was going to hang some of her new dresses out to fresh air. And so she hung them on the line, and the cat steals clothes, steals the, Project Dress-A-Girl dresses. Project Dress-A-Girl. Dress-A-Girl dresses that Becky hung off line. I'm getting Becky in here big time. The girl next door's name is Sally, who's allergic to cats. Oh, we got to get Sally in here. Sally could be, does Becky have a niece? Well, no, Sally could just be a next door neighbor. This is more mischief. Sally, next door neighbor. That'll fit. I don't know if she has a next door neighbor, but she does now. Has allergies to cats. Uh-oh. And Becky and Scott have 3 cats and a dog. Oh, dear. Oh, Mrs. Mama Cat. We haven't named Mama Cat. We got to find a name for Mama Cat. She could be going out with Cole, a hot date with Cole, with Becky's Cole. All right, I've settled that one. That's where Mama Cat went off. Her and Bandit could be cousins. So she could be, Mama Cat could be, she could have a hot date with Bandit. A hot date with Bandit. A hot date. Well, would you have a date with your cousin now? No, we're going to leave it with Cole. Cousin to Cole. Let's see. How am I going to do that? She's a cousin to Cole. Are you talking about Mama Cat as a cousin to Cole or Pinky? I'm lost. Her coat is sleek and well groomed. She steals eggs from the hens. I got that. Cousins. All right, they're cousins. All right. Bandit and Pinky are cousins. Bandit and Pinky are cousins. Mama is a mouse hunting to keep the farm free of critters. Well, that's what they're doing on their date. Her and Cole are going mouse hunting. That's what they're doing on their date. They're going mouse hunting. Thanks, Sharon. They're going mouse hunting. To keep the farm free of critters. To keep, I'm going to put neighborhood instead of farm, because Becky doesn't live on a farm. We're going to get Becky into this story unless she decides she doesn't want to be. Keep neighborhood free of critters. And free of critters. Critters are animals that you don't want around, like mice. hunting. Yes, chicken feed attracts mice and rats. Okay. So that fits with the chicken feed. Hi, Jill. Artadar says, Artadar, let's see, help the neighbor do canning at mischievous dancing the can. Oh, Artadar, you have quite an imagination. But what she's doing, we've already written it down before I got to you, is she's going to leave the kitties alone because she's on a hot date with Cole, and they're going mouse hunting to keep the neighborhood free of critters. Jill says, I need some friends. Well, you found them here, Jill. Welcome, welcome. Glad to have you join us. Helen says, Janice, I just popped over to watch that YouTube clip on another device, like a real life Pinky. Naughty Pinky. I love that lady's sign. So did Janice drop a link? The cuter stories about a thieving cat on YouTube. Here are a few. Thank you, Janice. I'll go back and watch those. I don't want to do it here, but because I don't think from my live stream, unless I have permission, I can't really play videos. I can go visit other channels and, look at what they're about and everything. If it's somebody I know, like Becky, she probably wouldn't mind me showing, her crochet episode or something like that. But I'll go back and look at that link. And Helen says, Janice, I just popped over to watch that YouTube clip on another device. Like a real live naughty Pinky. I love that lady's sign. Oh, Jill, I'm so sorry. Jill says, my last surviving grandmother is very, very ill and in another care facility, and I have 2 dentist appointments tomorrow and the 11th. Jill, just know that our hearts and prayers are with you. I don't envy you the dentist appointments. But you have one tomorrow and one the 11th. So our thoughts and prayers go with you. The one tomorrow will be over with very soon. And just go through it. Know that we're thinking of you, and you have us in our hearts. Now, your last surviving grandmother, I don't know how old she is, but, we just reach out to you, and we send you our best thoughts and prayers. Know that your grandmother, just like I was saying earlier, you weren't here, she's probably lived a very full life. And, even if she's very, very ill, like I was telling the girls, I'm happy now. I'm ready to go anytime. I was talking about, you weren't here earlier, Jill. Natalia was in here. And a lot of you weren't. Let me show you what we did. I'm getting off track. I'm going down the bunny trail. Natalia has been visiting our streams the last few weeks. She just came into my stream last week, but Popo, I think, and Rosemary know her. Whoops, I'm going to power off my phone here if I'm not careful. But she came in our stream tonight, and she told us, and I'm going to use her words again. Her words were, her family did not make it. She's from the Ukraine. You might have been here when she came in one morning. But she said her family did not make it, so she's got to go back home. She's needed back there. So I wanted to do a page layout, and forgive my flag with the upside down stars. But it represents the American flag and our freedoms and our liberties and what we want for the Ukraine. And of course, this is kind of hashtag Natalia is to dedicate this page to our friend Natalia. But as a point of all of this, we were talking about, I was talking about, what if something would happen to me personally? And I said, what if I went to the dentist and they put me under and I never woke up again? Because I kind of have that fear. And then I know it's an unreasonable fear and all of that. But I'm going, what if I don't want to wake up again? I'm not going to go back into that story. But the thing of it is I'm ready to go. Any time that the Lord wants to take me home, call my spirit or my soul home, I'm ready to go. I love my life here. I'm very, very happy here. I'm a happy person now. But my point to you, Jill, is your grandmother has probably lived a full life. And I don't know if she's ready to go or not, but she may be. And if she's very, very ill, um, as hard as it is to lose our family, my brother lost his, not well, he lost his ex-wife, who he was still close to, because she was his son's mother, and they still kept in touch. They did not have a, they resolved things in their in their breakup. And then he had a significant other that he lived with, and he lost both of them. I was not with my brother when he lost his ex-wife, his significant other, but I was with my brother when he lost his ex-wife, and she was just a couple years older than me. But as I told him, she lived a good life. She was a happy person. She wasn't a perfect person by any means, but just know that that your grandmother has probably lived a full life, and that's really the best any of us can ask for. And I know you love your grandmother. I know you love her very much. So we pray for her. We pray that she won't suffer, and maybe she'll get better, and things will be better. Janice says, oh, I didn't know about Natalia's family. She just told us tonight, Janice. I wasn't even expecting her. When I saw it, you'll go back and see the beginning of the stream. She came in. She was one of the first persons in, and she let us know then. I didn't know until tonight. And I imagine she's probably been over to Rosemary and Popo and some of the other streams that she or she's leaving tomorrow morning. Jill says, I have Instagram, but I really don't know how to use it. But I also have Facebook and I'm on YouTube, and I don't have my own channel. I just comment and watch, and I have Discord and Reddit, so all the mains. Yeah. She was 92. Oh, she is 92. Yeah. And I know you love her very much. And you know what, Jill? Here's the thing. You were very fortunate to get to know your grandmother, or to even have her in your life. My grandparents died when I was, well, except for my dad's mother. My dad's mother died when I was in high school, but I still didn't know her very well. I didn't know my grandparents. I wish I would have known my grandparents a lot more than I did. So if you got to spend time with her, you're very fortunate. Yeah. Carla says, Meri, I understand. I'm ready to go when my time comes, sooner or later. I have a better place to go. Yeah. And here's the thing. We don't know. We never know. We don't know for our family. Sometimes I'll go off shopping and I'll be driving home and I'll go, I hope my brother's still alive. And he always is. But someday, he's just human like the rest of us. And, I'm going to have to cope with it that day that it happens. It could be this year, it could be 5 years from now, it could be 10 years from now. We don't know. None of us know. So the best thing we can do is live our lives, and I don't want to preach, but find your faith, find what you believe, and just live your life the best you can and enjoy your life while you have it. She's tired and she wants to be with my grandpa. He died in his 70s. Yeah. That reminds me, Jill, of my mother. My mother, my mother eventually got dementia pretty bad, but she lived with me. I lived with her for a while, and then she lived with me while I was working, and I'd take her for rides. And she'd often say to me, she'd say, I miss the old times. My mother would say that all the time. I miss the old days. And I knew what she meant. And I said, yeah, Mom, I know. I said, I wish if I could do anything to give them back to you, I would. But, you know, your grandmother is 92. I don't know, my mother had dementia. So, of course, she would remember things about the old days, but eventually she lost all of her family. She lost her friends, her brothers and her sisters, her neighbors passed away. And when that happens when you get older, like my mom said, she missed the old days. She missed going across the street to the neighbor, and they'd get in the car and they would go to garage sales. I didn't go with them because I was out living my own life working. But she'd take my neighbor lady, my neighbor, my neighbor lady, it was her neighbor lady. They'd get in this big, they were just two little old ladies in their 80s. Ladies in their 80s. And they'd get into this big old huge car. My brother could tell you what model it is, but it was a big old car. And my mother would be driving. You have to understand, my mother was like 4'9". And she had to use two pillows so that she could see over the steering wheel. And I don't know how she ever hit the foot pedal, but she did. And they would get in that car, her and her neighbor lady, those two little old ladies get in that car with the poodle dogs, two little poodle dogs that belonged to my neighbor lady. And they'd take those poodle dogs to the dog groomers and get them all fancied up and everything. And she'd come, I'd call her, and they'd come home and she'd tell me all about it and everything. And those are the days that she missed. She didn't have anybody to go garage sailing with and everything. I'd take her out. We'd go for rides. I don't remember doing too much garage sailing with her, but so Jill says, I've had breathing problems most of my life, so it's very sketchy. We're both breathe pretty shallow. Let's see. Janice says, my mother-in-law was also very sad and lonely when her husband passed. She tried to stay cheerful with the kids and grandkids, but it just wasn't the same. Yeah, it isn't. And I often think, I have to tell you guys are my social. I don't have a lot of friends, a lot of good friends around here. I often wish I did have somebody I could go garage sailing with. Somebody that, but you know what? Here's the chances are we'd probably be after the same things and we probably wouldn't have fun at all. So, you know, I go to these online auctions and you guys are my friends. Now, will these be the old days for me when I get to be, if I survive to my late 80s or my early 90s or what, will I be able to come onto YouTube? You know, will I miss the old days when I could sit at my desk here and we could talk about all of our books that we've been reading, and we could make up stories about Mama Cat that we haven't named her yet, and she went on a date with Cole and they went out and you know, will I call these my old days, you know? Or will I think about my older days when it was all my college friends and my working days? I don't miss those. Well, I missed my work. When I came down here, I wasn't ready to retire. Now I'm okay, but I didn't, you know, I don't think I would really miss too many of my friends because I've already gone through that kind of a, I don't want to say separation, but friendship separations. You know, they're off living their lives and everything. I don't have much contact with them. A couple of them I do. I see them on Facebook and everything, but it's not the same as being in the same city and going out to lunch with them and all that. I don't get to do a lot of that. And I don't, you know, I have you guys. I don't care. Hi, Shelley. Welcome, welcome. We got off on talking about our grandmothers and everything. I think we're going to end our story here. But I think what I'm going to do, it's almost 10 o'clock. I think what I'm going to do here is take the list. I want to start a journal of my own, and I might just take a composition book so I can scribble, because I like to scribble. You guys know that. And I'm going to go through this book list here. And I was going to finish my foxes. I might, if Journey's probably gone to bed, but I have 2 things that are ready to mail for sure. Well, I have more. I don't have these postcards addressed. These postcards are ready to go if I address them and send them. But I do have Randy Rabbit's, and I have Janet's. I have Janet's postcard, and Margaret won this postcard that I did when I did the last. I was going to do the last Pack 20. This was in my title. I never got to it. And Margaret won this. She's over in the UK, and I have Journey's postcard ready to send. I don't have it addressed. So these will probably go out. These 3 will go out tomorrow. The other postcards that I've started here, just be patient with me. They're ready to go. I just need to address them and get them ready. And most of the, oh, I want to send this to Becky. That's not Pinky, but she's close. I want to send that cat to Becky. I got that in one of Keisha's auctions, I think. But most of these fox postcards, which are over here yet, I think, these are ready to go. I just haven't gotten in the envelope. And these over here are almost ready. I just have to put the back on them. And I have a few that I need to finish drawing the outlines around. So I'll get these out. Just be patient with me. I'm working on getting Happy Mail out. I'm working on my discipline of getting this done. But just be patient. You'll get them. Hopefully soon. Let's see, I want to put, these are ready to go. I want to put these with these. And these are ready. And these aren't. So be patient with me. Thank you guys for a really good night. I have so enjoyed. I'm going to put on the thumbnail. I'm going to put my page here. My bad American flag. But it's okay. It was fun doing it. And I'm on the title, I think I'll say hashtag Natalia. Something like that, to dedicate, maybe dedicated to Natalia or something. This is going to be my thumbnail here. So let me come out. I'm not at the bottom of chat. Let me come down to the bottom of chat here. Mary, are you going to illustrate the kitty story? Sharon, I don't think so. I just got so much on my desk. I was just using it as, well, first of all, a free online book that, you know, and then I got to thinking of things that we could do with things such as Peter Rabbit. And then I got to thinking, well, I wanted to do a list, so I was just kind of playing with lists and stories. So I don't think I'm going to illustrate it because I've just got so much on my desk. Can you put the book list in the community tab? I will. I'm going to close down here in just a minute, in a couple minutes after I finish saying goodbye to you guys. I can take time and put that in. I'm not going to bed right away. I'll take time and put that in the community tab, our book list. And I'll just say our book list. And there are no names associated with the list here. They're just be my notes. I just have titles. Some of them are authors and that. I'll just say authors and books, or maybe I'll just say what we're reading. That's what I'll say. And there aren't, I think there's something like, what, 35 lines down? There are less than 50 here. I can get this done yet tonight. Yeah, thank you guys. The book list, yeah, I will do that. Let's see. We used to love to garage sailing with Grandma and Mom and both grandmas. I think yeah. Just hang on to those good times, because when my dad passed away, I don't remember so much doing it with my mom, but when my dad passed away, I had a little memo book, and I'd write down, because I was pretty close to my dad, especially in his later years and my later years. I'd write down things that he would tell me, things I remembered about him. So you might do that with your grandmother. And it might be kind of painful now, but let me tell you, 3 or 4 years from now, 5 years from now, 6 years from now, you'll be glad that you wrote down some of those memories. So that might be something you could work with that would help you. She may not pass away. She may just recover and everything, but you'll still have those memories and you'll have them written down. All right, everybody. If I didn't say hello to you, if I didn't get you welcomed, thank you, Helen. Oh, that's sweet. I was reading Helen's comment. Thank you, Helen. If I forgot to welcome you, if I missed you in all my chattering, it's not on purpose. Know that you're always welcome here. Say special prayers for Natalia. She's going to be traveling back to the Ukraine tomorrow. And, she's going to be needed at home. Help her. Just keep her in your thoughts and prayers. All right. Good night, everybody. Don't forget, Janet Nash comes on at 9 o'clock Eastern, and Dee Dee Willingham comes on at 8:30 Eastern tomorrow morning. And Lisa, My Eclectic Life, will be on at, I believe, 6 o'clock. You'll have to check, because it depends. Sometimes it's the weather, sometimes she's still adjusting. So, and I think Tanya's still on vacation, so I don't know. I don't think Lisa was on last week, but just check her channel, Lisa, My Eclectic Life. She's very much a part of our art group. Okay, bye.